Коллеги, добрый день. Все спикеры и докладчики в первом ряду, пожалуйста. А то что-то вы у меня на задний ряд решили. Присаживайтесь. Коллеги, небольшое техническое объявление. Все на первые ряды давайте сюда перекладываемся к прямому эфиру. Занимаем первые места. Двигаемся сюда все. Оставляем дежурного волонтера одного там, одного здесь, одного всех зал. Все в зал. Дорогие друзья, еще пару минут у нас...
Dear friends, dear delegates, just in a couple of minutes, we'll start the grand opening of the Congress. Please, if possible, either switch off or switch off the sound on your mobile phones, if you have them. That is the minimum requirement, and better do it now, please, because later it will be less convenient for you. Thank you.
Для наших спикеров микрофон здесь он отстроен.
Dear speakers,
можете ли вы сделать
present in the hall, you can use the microphone we have. That is a technical issue.
Вы двигаете этот микрофончик так, чтобы он у вас говорить ровно в микрофон. Возможно.
Please speak directly in the microphone.
Для всех. Это так неудобно, да? Оставляем здесь, да? Хорошо. Я вам помогу. За вас все буду делать. Вы не волнуйтесь, все за вас делаю. Добрый день, дорогие друзья. У нас прямой эфир.
Good morning, good afternoon, dear delegates, dear friends. In a couple of minutes, we're beginning the 7th International Theosophical Congress in Moscow, Arbat Street. We are right here, and the work is already on. There is the book expedition we have. Hello, how are you? Is it ready? So all the books are already sold out or not? I'd like to say that today is a unique exhibition we have. These are the whole sets of books devoted to Kala Chakra Tantra and the Congress, and here you can get the unique set of volumes at the same time, as well as popular literature, esoteric literature, and books devoted to Madame Blavatsky. Of course, we have our Russian books by Professors Yegorova and Kravchenko. Here we are in 3 days. Arbat Vozdvizhenka 9, and we're open for you. Please proceed and have a look, please. Here we have the exhibition. It's getting ready for the opening. In several minutes, we're opening the arts exhibition devoted to Madame Blavatsky. And here are the works we have presented by children, by adults. They have their own particular character, and in these 3 days, all the works are presented here. We are getting to the reception room and to the hall. Dear friends, everything is ready here. Each of you gets a complimentary set. We have the 3 types of books, accessories devoted to the Secret Doctrine by Madame Blavatsky. And here are the whole sets with materials devoted to the Congress and a badge. We are ready to the award ceremony. Everything is presented here. Today at the Congress, you can get the name of the winner of this exhibition we're opening. Now we're getting to the hall, and very soon we'll start direct broadcast with the simultaneous interpretation into English and Russian. All the presentations are online and are available. You can watch them. Better come to the hall, please, because here we have our great exhibition once again with different books devoted to Madame Blavatsky, of course, the Secret Doctrine, of course, and the books both in English and Russian. Here is the whole set of Theosophical volumes edited back in the end of the 19th century and re-edited in 2000s. Please have a look at our listeners, and they have nothing to do right now, but will soon start and open the Congress. I'd like to draw your attention
Сегодня в прямом эфире заявляю, это единственная вещь, личная вещь Елены Петровны Блаватской.
That here we have the only item possessed by Madame Blavatsky that is still available, that we have, and it's unique, globally unprecedented one. We have the 3 days from the 24th to the 26th of November, Moscow, Congress Hall.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья, уважаемые
Good morning, dear listeners, dear delegates. So happy to welcome you at the 7th International Theosophical Congress dedicated to Madame Blavatsky and the fundamental work, The Secret Doctrine.
Мы сегодня поздравляем всех участников.
Today we congratulate the participants of this International Theosophical Congress and wish them fruitful work in promoting the formation and establishment in society of a system of spiritual values based on the ideas and principles of Theosophy. Congress participants from foreign countries are speakers from Germany, Fort Pierce, Florida, USA, South Korea, Seoul, Portugal, Lisbon, India, Guntur, Madurai, France, Paris, Turkey, Istanbul. Of course, delegates we have in the hall have come here to Moscow. They are from 30 cities of Russia. Moscow, St. Petersburg, Komsomolsk-on-Amur, Volgodansk, Barnaul, Nizhny Novgorod, Belakurikha, Elektrostal, Biysk, Kirov, Voronezh, Khimki, Krasnogorsk, Yelets, Tver, Sergiev Posad, Yefremov, Lipetsk, Gorodets, Domodedovo, Dolgoprudny, Likino-Dulovo, Noginsk, Yezhevsk, Kudrovo, Saratov, Kirov, Anapa, Rostov-on-Don, Vladivostok. Greetings to everyone here in Moscow today.
Дорогие друзья, в рамках Конгресса у нас очень
Dear friends, within the framework of the Congress, we have a fruitful program, research reports of Russian and foreign scientists, and Theosophy scientific symposium, the Secret Doctrine, the book of the third millennium. That is, the research into Xian stanzas, summing up of the results of the International Art, Music, Poetry competition dedicated to Madame Blavatsky. Greetings to the delegates of the Congress officials, the opening of the International Art Exhibition and the Children's Exhibition. Children we dedicate to Blavatsky, the premiere of Martynov's film The Beauty of the Attire of Truth, HPB, the final fifth part. For the first time ever at the Congress, you'll watch it. Dear participants, everything is for you. The exhibition of exoteric and popular science publications, book expedition, the exhibition of editions of the works of HPB. Here at the Congress, we have over 100 editions for you. Demonstration of the medallion of H.P. Blavatsky, the roundtable briefing Theosophy and Society, a unique opportunity for the intellectual and creative communication with speakers in the areas of society life, cultural studies and art, education and pedagogy, history and oriental studies, philosophy, psychology, astrology and color chakra, physics and natural sciences, the 7 speakers, the 7 areas and the 7 roundtables on the 7th International Theosophical Congress in Moscow. Dear friends, today we see that here's so many of you online. Over 20 countries are presented here: Pakistan, Slovenia, USA, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, Philippines, Finland, Estonia, England, Argentina, Armenia, Belarus, Germany, Greece, India, Spain, Italy, Canada, Morocco, Moldova, Australia, Mongolia, of course, Russia. Online, directly broadcasted. And the regions: Krasnoyarsk territory, Novosibirsk region, Rostov region, Bashkortostan, Kalmykia, Karelia, Kemerovo, Tatarstan and Chuvashia are here with cities: Penza, Petropavlovsk, Kamchatsky, Pskov, Samara, St. Petersburg, Saratov, Sergiev Posad, Sochi, Barnaul, Bryansk, Vladivostok, Voronezh, Golna, Altaisk, Yekaterinburg, Ivanovo, Kirov, Kommunar, Krasnoyarsk, Lviv, Moscow, Mytishi, Nizhnekamsk, Tambov, Uzhgorod, Ufa, Cheboksary, Yalta, Nizhny Novgorod, and other cities of Russia. Greetings to everybody who is connected online. The organizers sincerely hope that the experience of holding this event of this status will open up new opportunities and will be useful for all participants of the Congress in the process of research work. The development of theosophy of Russia and in the world will be promoted. Systematic study of the fundamental work of the Secret Doctrine by the sphere of science will be possible. We wish all participants of the Congress fruitful work, effective interaction, and thank you for joint activities and cooperation now and in the future. So, the 7th International Theosophical Congress dedicated to Madame Blavatsky, HPB, and the fundamental work, the Secret Doctrine, is open. Dear friends, the Congress this year is supported officially by the Department of Education, the Minister of Culture, and members of Public Chamber of the Russian Federation. Allow me to read the official greetings to the delegates of the Congress. Welcome letter to the participants of the 7th International Theosophical Congress dedicated to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky from Chelyabinsk region. Dear delegates of the Congress, in today's difficult situation experienced not only by our country but also globally, it's very important to maintain the intensity of research aimed at spiritual and moral enlightenment. Moreover, such an activity can be successful only if the subject who knows the world makes cognition effective. In this regard, of course, the main thing is creativity. In this context, it's very valuable to hold the Congress, opening its platforms for researchers and participants of creative competitions. Sincerely, Natalia Renatovna Balinskaya, Doctor of Political Sciences, Vice Rector of Youth Policy and Educational Works of the P.A. Tchaikovsky of South Ural State Institute of Arts, member of the Russian Union of Writers, member of the Public Chamber of the Chelyabinsk region. The Public Chamber of Irkutsk region welcomes the participants and organizers of the 7th International Theosophical Congress. It's gratifying that the event is aimed at supporting and developing activities based on spiritual and moral education of society, scientific research, socially significant and educational activities aimed at the ideas of humanism, tolerance, morality, mutual assistance, regardless of nationality and religion. It's important that the Congress gathers representatives of various fields of science, medicine, education, culture, and art to exchange experiences and implement new social programs. It's most valuable that a number of projects such as scientific symposium, international painting, music and poetry competitions, art exhibitions, book exhibitions of new publications have been implemented within the framework of the Congress, which successful and fruitful work to all participants of the event, and hope that the 7th International Theosophical Congress becomes the platform where scientific research and development of different groups and scientists will unite and give rise to new projects. Russian scientist, neurologist, Doctor of Medical Science, Professor Rector of Irkutsk State Medical Academy of Postgraduate Education, Chief Neurologist of Irkutsk region, honored Doctor of the Russian Federation, honored Scientist of the Russian Federation, Chairman of the Public Chamber of Irkutsk region, sprach Vladimir Viktorovich.
Department
of Education and Science of the City of Moscow Foundation for the Support of Development of Theosophy. Thank you for the invitation. We are confident the Congress will be held at the highest level, will contribute to the implementation of projects aimed at embodying the ideas of humanism, morality, development of social, cultural, and scientific dialogue in the Russian Federation. Deputy Head for Education of Moscow, Mr. Molev Anton Ilyich. The Federation Council of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation, Senator of the Russian Federation, to the Organizing Committee of the 7th International Theosophical Congress, thank you for your letter organizing this significant educational event. I'd like to inform you that the Congress will be provided with internet information support in the form of posts and social network. Russian literary critic, rector of Tver State University, head of Department of the International Relations, head of Center of Russian Language and Culture, Doctor of Philology, professor, member of the Federation Council, Lyudmila Nikolaevna Skakovskaya. The Department of Culture of Moscow has sent a letter to us. Their delegates would like to inform you that the information about the event is brought to the departments in charge of it of Moscow Culture Department. Dear friends, right now, we'd like to provide you with a video greeting from Nilov Yaroslav Evgenievich, the political activist and the one of chief officials in the State Duma, president of one of the departments within the party, LDP, or the party within the Russian Federation. I'm very happy to greet you, dear friends, dear organizers. That is not the first event you're organizing. And it's connecting different religions, different ideas, different nationalities, and contributes to the development of our cultural dialogue. In my childhood, I was going to the art school, And I remember so greatly these paintings by Rarichs and the pictures, the art pieces, and it really contributes to the development in the childhood. I remember these moments when I was watching them, contemplating them, and the ideas of the moral world and further development of spiritual potential is within the center of your attention. I believe that by our joint efforts, we can keep it alive. I was so happy to visit the Rarichs Museum and the atmosphere that Rarich created and brought from his scientific and research explorations is really unique. I've watched a lot of films devoted to Madame Blavatsky and her role in the spiritual and moral development of our society. I also would like to point out the role of Madame Rarich, wife of Rarich. And it's so important to know more about
интересных встреч, интересных знакомств. И в это непростое время всем нам желаю мирного неба над головой. Двери Комитета по труду, социальной политике и делам ветеранов всегда открыты, и мы должны вместе, сообща, быстрее решать все поставленные перед нашим обществом, перед нашей страной задачи, особенно если это касается духовно-нравственного мира, духовно-нравственных ценностей и необходимости создания необходимой юридической, законотворческой, законодательной платформы для укрепления и для развития, для совершенствования всех наших граждан.
Большое спасибо. Благодарим всех, кто проявил внимание к работе 7-го Международного Теософского конгресса и отметил социальную значимость общественного события в России и в мире. Итак, дорогие друзья, уважаемые участники делегатов конгресса, пожалуйста, переключите язык. Мы начинаем рабочую сессию Конгресса и приглашаем первого докладчика.
We are beginning the work session of the Congress and inviting the first speaker opening the 7th Congress in Moscow.
7th Theosophical Congress. Kravchenko Victoria Vladimirovna,
Madam
double
Kravchenko
PhD in
Victoria
philosophy, the
Vladimirovna,
professor
twice
of
Doctor of
the International
Philosophy,
Law
Professor
Institute.
of the
Victoria
International
Vladimirovna
Law Institute,
has double
twice
PhD
Doctor
in
of Philosophy, History of Philosophy and Philosophy of Religion, Professor
She is a
of the
professor
International
of the
Law
International Law
Institute,
Institute. She
with
has
10
written 10
scientific
monographs
monographies
and
and textbooks,
her
about 100 articles.
She has written
The subject of in-depth
articles
research of
about
history of
philosophy,
Russian
about
philosophy,
psychology,
general
about
theoretical,
history of
philological,
philosophy, about
historical,
religion and
and
culture,
philosophical,
about
religious
mysticism,
studies,
about
cultural
theory of
problems
culture,
of mysticism,
virtuality,
theory of culture,
and social
virtualism,
transformations.
cultural and
She has
philosophical
been
aspects
part
of social
expeditions
transformations,
to
participated
Baikal.
in research
She has
expeditions
been
to
studied
India and
religious
Baikal Lake,
practices,
studied
she
religious
has
and
been
mystical
elections of
practices,
Finland. She has
lectured in
taken part
Finland, and participated in international conferences
meetings
in India,
Italy,
Poland, Australia, Italy, Greece, Finland,
the
Great Britain,
UK,
China,
and
has a number of publications about the life and work of H.P. Blavatsky. Kravchenko Victoria Vladimirovna, twice Doctor of Philosophy, Professor of the International Law Institute, and her speech, The Role of H.P. Blavatsky in the Historical Process of the Formation of the Russian Mentality.
Of the formation of the Russian mindset. Good morning, everyone. You know, you can see the big picture only at a distance. When you think about your efforts and your goals, you can be truly appreciated in the centuries. At present, on the base of new philosophical, theoretical, and historical cultural concepts, we can and we should investigate the personality and activity of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, first of all, in the aspect of her influence on the Russian national mindset, which began to be comprehended and defined in its uniqueness in the 19th century. The central concepts in our reasoning are such ambiguous categories as mindset and mentality, which are currently interpreted in my monograph called Symphony of Human Culture. You can see it on the slide and on our expedition. So, I think that mindset is an integral cultural and psychological characteristic of people of a separate ethnic group, which allows us to describe the uniqueness of their vision of the world around them and explain the specifics of their response to it. This is a set of socio-psychological attitudes, automisms, and habits of consciousness that form ways of seeing the world and representing people belonging to the same socio-cultural community or ethnic group. Mindset manifests itself in unconscious patterns of behavior, in customs, traditions, and beliefs accepted as a necessary and natural given. It is cast in the verbal and non-verbal culture of society, in the methods and ways of everyday activity, creativity, in the principles of socialization and inculturation. It organically includes a deep layer of emotional and unconscious elements that usually belong to the field of ethnic psychology. The mindset is a base both for the daily practice and self-understanding of representatives of certain ethnic groups, and it's the starting point for creative innovation, is a stable matrix of socialization and inculturation of new generations. In turn, mentality is a unique energetic imprint of the part of the cultural field in which the socialization and inculturation of a particular individual took place. Mentality determines the qualitative characteristics of the individual psyche and consciousness. Mentality is a personal cross-section of ethnic mentality. By analogy, so the genotype of an individual is embedded in the genome of a biological species. Mentality is expressed in a certain spiritual mood, in a special predisposition of an individual representative of an ethnic group to think and feel, to act and perceive the world in a certain way. First, we should emphasize the ethnic origins of the Russian mentality of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Now you can see the portraits of her mother, father, and grandmother. Her mother, Елена Андреевна Ганн, who wrote stories under the pseudonym Zinaida Reznikova, was noted by Vissarion Belinsky as the Russian George Sand. Blavatsky's father, Fyodor Alexeyevich von Hahn-Rothenstein, served as a colonel in a horse artillery battery. A great influence on the girl, who lost her mother very early, was exerted by her grandmother Elena Pavlovna Fadeeva, a deeply and comprehensively educated representative of the Dolgorukov noble family, who corresponded with outstanding scientists of her time, for example, with Alexander Humboldt. Close relatives of Blavatsky were famous military and political figures, in particular, Count Sergey Yulievich Witte. Creative and active atmosphere of a big family, respect for Russian traditions and way of life, spiritual freedom of development of an extraordinarily gifted and active girl, all of this form the essence, the mentality of Blavatsky, as a reflection of the Russian mindset. Due to the impossibility for a woman of the 19th century to realize her talents at home, Helena Petrovna was forced to go abroad, where against the background of revolutions and rapid modernization of spiritual, political, and social life, she found a fertile ground for her literary, mystical, philosophical, and organizational activities. The Russian way of ordinary life of Blavatsky abroad in London, New York, and India is revealed in detail in the memoirs of her loved ones and relatives. Russian hospitality, openness, goodwill, friendly participation, inexhaustible interest in the life of Russia and her compatriots abroad were emphasized in them. One can recall the most remarkable facts of the everyday manifestation of the Russian mindset of Blavatsky. When she boarded a ship sailing to America, she saw a woman with 2 children who got tickets only on the deck. So Blavatsky decided to give her cabin, and she spent the entire transatlantic journey on deck instead of the family with 2 children. Blavatsky's work in the West should be considered as a kind of manifestation of the phenomenon of the Russian immigrant community, which had already become a fairly typical phenomenon by the middle of the 19th century. It cannot be denied that the Russian national element, so essential in Blavatsky's worldview, was also the starting point in the formation of Theosophy as a worldwide cultural movement. Such a teaching, claiming to merge philosophy, religion, and science, could only appear in the depth of a developed Western culture. The departure from Christianity, the formation of irrational and mystical philosophy, the rise of natural science thought, the flowering and then the crisis of positivism. These are the main fundamental changes in public consciousness that have brought to life a number of religious and mystical movements of the West, so to speak, a new wave. It is clear that in Russia in the middle of the 19th century, which was just gathering its strength for a difficult transition to a new historical track, only a premonition of the spiritual crisis that broke out at the beginning of the 20th century could be formed. Blavatsky was distinguished by a special approach to Eastern culture that contrasted so sharply with the Western one. All the more organic for her, since Russia itself, from the point of the West, has always been included in the vast mysterious world of the East. The native Russian sense of self between the West and the East determined both the way of thinking and the way of life of Blavatsky. Russian by origin and by her mentality, Helena Petrovna lived and became famous for most of her life abroad. But she remained Russian in Europe, in North and South America, in the Middle East and Tibet, and in colonial India. The formation of Blavatsky's personality and the unfolding of her creative and social activities in the West took place in parallel with the most important processes in Russian culture. The rise of the golden age of classical Russian literature, the disputes of Westerners and Slavophiles about the historical role and path of Russia, the research of Nikolai Danilevsky, who designated the Slavic Russian for basic cultural and historical type, philosophical insights of Vasily Solovyov about the spiritual mission of Russia in the world history and culture, the organizational activity of Blavatsky from the beginning of the philosophical community can be compared to Russian revolutionaries in the West. For Russian culture, the concepts of Russian and Europeanness have always been extremely controversial and relative when it came not to the territories of residence and activity, but to the specifics of thinking, creativity, and most importantly, the goals of outstanding cultural figures. For Blavatsky, it wasn't just immigrating abroad, assimilating in the new culture. But of course, that can be true. But only in Russian immigrant community in the early 20th century, Zinaida Gippius found a definition of this movement of Russian culture to the West. We are not in exile, we are in the message. This Russian message, this mission was started by Helena Petrovna long before the split of the single Russian spiritual continent, which after the revolution of the 1970s has taken place. The question of a person's ethnicity and the basis of his mentality in Russia of the 19th century was solved unequivocally by a Dane by origin, but mentally a Russian person, Vladimir Yary, the creator of the famous Dictionary of the Living Great Russian Language. According to the memoirs of Melnikov-Pechersky, in response to the Germans of the Baltic region, who categorically asked the question, is he German or Russian? Vladimir Yary gave his famous answer. He wrote, "Neither the nickname, nor the religion, nor the very blood does not make a person belong to one or another nationality. The spirit, the soul of a person, that's where you need to look for his belonging to this or that people. How can one determine the belonging of the spirit? Of course, by the manifestation of the spirit, by thought. Whoever thinks in what language belongs to that nationality. And I think in Russian. And Blavatsky has always been thinking in Russian too. Her first travel notes from abroad were letters to her homeland. In a certain sense, her many books and articles continue to be letters to the motherland, with which the spirituality of HPB has never broken contact. In her foreign activities, she attached great importance to permanent ties with Russia. In addition to regular correspondence, she sent her correspondence to Russian publications, Tiflis Bulletin, Московские ведомости, Rebus, Новое время. She has published a lot with Katkov in the Russian Bulletin. At the beginning of her literary career, on the recommendation of the spiritualist writer Davis, Blavatsky conducted a long-term correspondence with Aksakov, Alexei Butlerov, and other Russian scientists. As noted by Vinterova, Blavatsky began an article specially for Russian magazines entitled Theosophical Society, a fairy tale of the 19th century, in which she actually tried to create a new myth about her mission as a disciple of the great Mahatmas and the activities of the society she founded. She considered it her duty to enlighten the Russian public, so that, and I cite, so that she would not confuse Theosophists with the adherents of Allan Kardec, so spiritualists. In the Theosophical publications in the West established by her, Blavatsky responded to the events of the Russian cultural life. For example, in the London edition of Lucifer, she published an article about Leo Tolstoy entitled The Science of Life, in which she analyzed the philosophical views of the great Russian writer, believing that he, not being a theosophist and occultist, and I cite, achieved possession of the philosopher's stone, so development and the manifestation of your higher self in your personality. Blavatsky's Russian revolutionism has found full application outside the homeland. It is known that she took a personal part in a military battle defending the independence of Italy. She has always been against slanders of Russia. She always was for merging the East and West. Today, when we talk about the importance of Blavatsky, we look at it from the importance of the effect she had on the Russian mindset. If we take the complex historical cultural process of the unfolding of the Russian mindset and finding out the super ethnicity, said by Lev Gumilev, the super mentality of the Russian mindset. Blavatsky's her personality was formed during the great, questions when we were deciding who are with the East or the West, and who is to blame. So, what was the influence of HPB's mindset on the Russian mindset? Blavatsky has become popular in Russia after she has published Rakdebite in the Moscow Ведомости of Katkov. Later, they were published in a different book in Moskovsky Vestnik. The importance of this book for the written part of the Russian population was innumerable, because the myth of East has been able to make the Russians think about the possibility of contact with the East and West, to be able to, think about of us as the East or as the West, the mindset and the myth about the prehistory, about the sources, about the depths of the, of the secrets of the Slavic Russian ethnicity, the emotional, the emotional output was given by Andrei Belый in his childhood memories, who has been reading the Theosophical works of HPB. The childhood reaction of Belый to the book of Helena Petrovna has been manifested by other Russian people, not depending on their age. The Theosophy, many Russian scientists and public figures had a connection to Theosophy, and they had an association with the myth and the spirituality, something sacred that cannot be explained rationally. And the modern and East scientists have decided that HPB was the first to create the myth of the mystical East. the mystical and attractive East that has had an influence on all of culture of the 19th century. And this is not just the Orientalism we're talking about. So the look of the colonial West on the colonized East, but the socio-cultural myth of the East that is unfolded through the scientists and teachers, the secrets of civilization, the utopical projects of the ideal society where the occult knowledge and modern science come together, and when the universal stages are unfolded of cosmogenesis and anthropogenesis. Blavatsky has given the idea, the realization of our own original path, that is at the crossroads between the East and the West, as said by Belly. In the 20th century, Blavatsky was named the phenomenon of the Russian culture, and articles about her as the Russian writer are included in the bibliographical editions of Yerov, Ragautsev, and Yefronov of the Russian Geographical Society, Granat, and the Great Encyclopedia edited by Yuzhakov. So Zinaida Vengerova, in her article about Blavatsky, has said that Blavatsky has gained a name in Russia and abroad due to her great literary power. And which is important, this great woman has left her homeland from a young age, but she preserved the typical features of a Russian lady Landova all her life, combining in her character purely Russian open disposition, trustfulness, and deep contempt for people and the ability to use their weakness. So Helena Petrovna managed to create a huge movement in America. So those are the thoughts of Vengerova. Blavatsky was a Russian person who has always sought after the knowledge, and she has in many ways made it possible for us to think about the East and West together. So the Russian mysticism was born in the international activity of Blavatsky, and Blavatsky can be named the key to the Russian mysticism. Of course, the revolutionary movement of Blavatsky was manifested in the creation of the new Theosophical Society. In my book, The Messengers of Russian Mysticism, I think that Theosophy is the first largely unconscious attempt to form a kind of philosophy for everyday life, organically combining all worldview concepts: religious, scientific, philosophical, ethical, aesthetic, etc. Lifestyle is the main concern of Theosophists, the momentary lifestyle of a specific given living person. Blavatsky carried out a revolution in the spiritual life of the West. She introduced or brought back the tradition of practical teaching, a direct, not abstract theoretical form of teaching. Blavatsky's apprenticeship in Tibet and India relied not so much on the book tradition as on the personal spiritual and practical experience and direct guidance of the teachers. She received information in an altered state of consciousness. Those were the absolutely innovative approaches to understanding the truth in the West. Zhelekhovskaya, the sister of Helena Petrovna, noted the dangers of the situation, because in the West Helena Petrovna received great fame. Her books and articles were incredibly popular, but in Russia she was for a long time unknown. After Blavatsky's death, philosophy in Russia was persistently promoted not only by Zhelekhovskaya, but also the editor-in-chief of the Russian journal Bulletin of Theosophy, Anna Kamenskaya, translator and writer Pisareva, legend of symbolist circles, Anna Minslava, and so many others. The Russian Theosophical movement was an integral part of world theosophy. As it is known, the founder of the Russian mystical philosophy, Vladimir Solovyov, protested against the very name of the current theosophy, since in the philosophical tradition, theosophy is mystical knowledge about God and from God. In Blavatsky's philosophy, Solovyov saw the phenomenon of advancing Buddhism. on the Western world, but he considered Theosophists only as tools, not initiators of this movement, but he recognized Blavatsky's extraordinary abilities. Not knowing the ways to receive spiritual information, he judged about the orientation of Theosophists to Buddhism by theosophical sources. In the Theosophical teachings, Solovyov saw a charlatan attempt to adapt real Asian Buddhism to the mystical and metaphysical needs of a semi-educated European society, dissatisfied for one or another reason with its own religious institutions and teachings. But at the same time, the outstanding Russian philosopher recognized some positive contents of the so-called Neo-Buddhism of Blavatsky. In his review of her book, The Teachings of Theosophy, Solovyov distinguished two concepts of the Theosophist's teachings about the sevenfold composition of the human being and cosmic cycles of world development, with which the spiritual development of mankind is connected. The true trend of these concepts, according to Solovyov, lies in the fact that it was important and useful to recall the complexity and depth of the human soul and life in view of the one-sided and narrow views of materialism and abstract spiritualism. Russian mysticism began to develop and expand by the beginning of the 20th century, grown not only by thousands of branches of the Theosophical Society, but also by the work of Russian symbolists, cosmists, the activities of the Rerik family, Daniil Andreev, Russian occultists, Rosicrucians, and etc. There were also, in the history of Russian public life of the 19th century, the so-called women's issue was extremely acute. In other words, the struggle of Russian women for their social and political rights. Helena Petrovna is the famous Russian woman who launched a worldwide spiritual and social movement abroad. She traveled freely around the world, published books, published topical articles in a variety of foreign and Russian magazines. She was an example for Russian women and a vivid proof of what a free, creative, and independent woman can achieve. In 1880, Blavatsky wrote a letter to the famous Russian Orientalist Minaev, the founder of the Russian ideological school, in which she offered to give him manuscripts on Buddhism inaccessible to Western researchers, as well as rare ancient Indian coins as a gift for a museum in St. Petersburg. Helena Petrovna in particular wrote, "If you want to know why such grace is for you, I will answer frankly, only because you are Russian. I have been an old woman for a long time, and therefore I say bluntly that the older I get, the more my soul aches for Russia, which I will never see again." Unfortunately, Minaev wasn't interested in the proposals of Helena Petrovna. The Theosophy of Blavatsky was a harbinger of the powerful movement in Russia of the late 19th and early 20th century, which is commonly called New Religious Consciousness, or Diverse Religious Searches, or New Spiritual Revival. There is no religion higher than the truth. This is not that we denounce religion, but this is the reverence to all religious movements if they go through your heart and they are genuine. Of course, the Russian Orthodox Church is important, but there we see, the vestiges of occultism, of Buddhism, and Islam. So, the formation of the Russian idea and the self-identification of the Russian culture between the West and East and the development of the Russian mysticism was always philosophical, especially in Solovyov's writings, and especially the new Russian spiritual revival. The work of Berdyaev, Florensky, of Bulgakov, and others. And of course, Russian philosophers has always acknowledged the role of Blavatsky and her theosophy in Russia. And so Berdyaev, in an article "Theosophy and Anthroposophy in Russia," wrote, "Russian woman Blavatsky was the founder of the Theosophical Society. Theosophy is beginning to play a significant role in Russian spiritual life, in our cultural strata, and its role will undoubtedly increase." The after the revolution of the 1970, has made a wedge between the Russian culture and the new Soviet mindset. The Theosophical program of Blavatsky has predetermined the global universalism of Russian mysticism. It is no coincidence that in parallel with the creation of Theosophy, the Russian mystic philosopher Solovyov proclaimed the doctrine of unitotality, the universal church and the future of God-manhood. And of course, the Unitotal Church of Margarita has been described by Anna Schmidt, an original religious and mystical writer, who wrote in her book The Third Testament. As you know, Scriabin, a great musician who worshipped the creativity of Elena Petrovna, developed a project called All Art, a unique version of the synthesis of arts in which all visual, olfactory, tactile, and motor potentials of creativity are merged. In the last years of his life, he created a mystical philosophy and a global mystery, which is a synthesis, and which is a theurgic act of rebirth, a complete transformation of humanity based on the synthesis. Acknowledgement of Russian mystics who lived and worked in the West, mentally Russian, today is necessary for Russian culture, which in the 19th and the early 20th century didn't exclude them from their cultural field. But then, during the 70 years of existence of a totalitarian Soviet culture, rigidly ideologized and militantly atheistic, forgot, at least officially, about their outstanding careers. Now, when Russian and foreign cultural memories have been reunited, when new free research is being restored to comprehend the really significant national heritage, modern Russian culture should pay tribute to the true merits of Russian mystics abroad. And, talking about Chardai and his letters written in the philosophical letters has been included in the same line as French philosophy and the European philosophy of life and history. By the end of the 19th century and the beginning of 20th century, the Russian mystics and Russian religious and mystical philosophy have turned into a unique phenomenon of world thought that have largely reflected the strengthening of the Russian mindset. Russian mystics, along with the Elena Petrovna and, of course, Gurdjieff, Uspensky, due to historical and cultural circumstances that have left for the West for a long time, were and remained representatives of the Russian immigrant community and Russian revolutionaries of the spirit, preserving the main features of the Russian mindset and the ideal spiritual practices and socio-cultural traditions. They solve not narrowly ethnic but universal spiritual problems. Russian mystics really embodied the original Russian spiritual and moral quality of universal responsiveness, which was first revealed in the Russian mindset by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your speech. These are the historical facts that you've presented and the comparative analysis of the life of Madame Blavatsky. Research into history and culture of global scale within the context of the analytical research that you've put into. These are many subtle features that would like to point out that are crucial for theosophy in your research. And of course, it means that the works by Madame Blavatsky should be subject to deep research. Thank you so much for this great beginning of the 7th International Theosophical Congress. And right now, we'd like to invite our Indian partner, Srinivasan Krishnamurthy Iyer, PhD, India, Madurai. Srinivasan Krishnamurthy was born on the 2nd of May 1946 in Madurai, India, graduated from the University of Madras in 1966 with a bachelor's degree in chemistry. In 2011, received a master's degree in philosophy and religion from Madurai Kamaraj University. In 2013, received a master's degree in philosophy in Vedangas from Madurai Kamaraj University in Madurai. In 2019 and 2017, received a Master in Science degree in Gandhi Peacemaking from Madurai Kamaraj University. In 2021, Bachelor's degree in Philosophy in Shaiva Siddhanta in Philosophy. And the author of the book, Bahula Panchadasi, which was viewed by more than 6,000 educators around the world, participated in several international and national seminars, currently resides in Madurai, Tamil Nadu, India. Srinivasan Krishnamurthy Iyer, PhD, India, Madurai, the philosophical aspect of the Secret Doctrine.
Thank you. Let me start. We start with a small prayer.
Please check your sound again. A lot of echoes.
Audible clearly?
No, still echoing.
Okay. Let me
No, it doesn't help.
Hello. Yes. The objects of the secret doctrine Hello. 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 Am I audible? There is some technical problem at your end. I suppose it is better. Okay. Hello. Am I audible here? Madam Polina, please reply to me. Am I audible clearly? Your voice is, I am not able to hear you. Okay. I will just show this first. Madam Blavatsky, saint. Satyat nasti paro dharmaha. There is no religion higher than truth. The secret doctrine from philosophical angle. Looking at it philosophically, the following points occur to my mind. The first one is cosmic unity. The second one is eternal wisdom. The third one is hierarchy of beings. The evolution root races. The occult science, transcending materialism. And let me explain only two of the above seven, as the time is very much limited. I will deal with the two aspects. One is the cosmic unity. The other one is karma and the law of consequences. In cosmogenesis, in Hinduism, water plays an important role. It has a different meaning with metaphysical and mystical. In the past, it brings before the mind's eye the picture of cosmos emerging from the boundless space. The water, why has it acquired so much of importance in Hinduism is there is a great mantra that is taken from Taittiriya Aranyakam of Yajurveda 1.22. It is one of the most all Veda mantras and reminds quite popularly till date. It is normally sung in a chorus by all the priests together and performing any puja or any yajna or any homa. There are about 14 slogas, out of which I will just say two of them, though it is not coming in the PowerPoint. Let me just, please stop with that slide, and then I will say, yes, proceed, please proceed. So let me say those two slogas. Yobham pushpam veda pushpavan prajavan pasuvan bhavadi chandrama apam pushpam pushpavan prajavan pasuman bhavadi ya evam veda yobham ayadanam veda ayadanavan bhavadi agniriva abhavayadanam ayadanavan bhavadi yo agnirayadanam veda ayadanavan bhavadi above vagnir ayadanam apove vagnir ayadanam ayadanavan bhavadi ya evam veda yobham ayadanam veda ayadanavan bhavadi. These are the two slokas which are very important as far as the mantras are concerned. I will just give the meaning of that. He who understands the flowers of water he becomes the possessor of flowers, progeny, and cattle. Moon is the flower of the water. He who knows it to be so, he becomes the possessor of flowers, progeny, and cattle. He who knows the source of water becomes established in his own self. Fire is the source of water. Please don't change the slide and let me come back. Fire is the source of water. He who knows the source of fire becomes established in himself. Water is the source of fire. He who knows it to be so becomes established in his own self. He who knows the source of water, he becomes established in himself, and so on. The other Panchabhutas or five elemental nature are being exalted and being praised in this mantra. And this is the opening ceremony of any divine congregation. So let me go to my synopsis, cosmogenesis, which they were just speaking about it. The concept of cosmic unity is central to theosophy. There is a fundamental underlying all existence. All things are connected and interdependent. There is a dive within each individual that connects them to Brahman. The process of world formation is discussed in third stanza. The cosmic ideation, Mahat, the universal world soul, the basis of intelligent operations and of nature are called Mahabuddhi. The cosmic matter forming a nebula, the mother swells, expanding from within and without like a bud of the lotus. The earth is alive, not only physically, but spiritually. She calls it as radiant earth. William O. Judge wrote that earth is an entity and not a mere lump of gross matter. According to Blavatsky, no analogy exists between the vague hypothesis of Gnosticism, pantheism, theosophy, spiritualism, or millenarianism, and the demonstrable truth of Christian science. The Neoplatonic philosophy sprang. Okay, let me read from this law of consequences, because theosophy can explain the meaning of human life and to resolve its enigmas and seeming injustices. It is a Sanskrit term meaning the principle of action and reaction, or the law of consequences. We all know that dharma and karma are complementary to each other, which is essential for the manifestation of infinite existence of Brahman. So, in the New Testament, the action of karma is formulated in the well-known words of Paul in his epistle to the Galatians 6.7. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. In the Key to Theosophy, Blavatsky defines karma as the ultimate law of the universe, the source, origin, and fount of all other laws which exist throughout the nature. Karma is the entering law which adjusts effect to the cause on the physical, mental, and spiritual planes of being. As no cause remains without its due effect, from greatest to least, from a cosmic disturbance down to the movement of your hand, and as like produces like karma is that unseen and unknown law which adjusts wisely and equitably each effect to its cause, tracing the latter to its producer. It is found in Secret Doctrine, page 201. Karma is the ultimate law of the universe because every entity which inevitably reacts in corresponding degree upon the thinker of the thought or the performer of the action. We find karma in detail in Vedic scriptures also. In Srimad Bhagavad Gita, out of the 18 chapters and 700 slokas, Lord Sri Krishna specifically deals with the Karma Yoga in the second chapter in 43 verses or slokas. It will be very interesting to study this chapter, sloka 48, wherein Lord Sri Krishna says, Yogastha Guru Karmani Sangam Dhyaktva Dhananjaya Siddhi Asiddhyo Samo Bhutva Samatvam Yoga Yuchade. Next. Perform action. Next slide, please. Perform action, O Dhananjaya, abandoning attachment, being steadfast in yoga and balanced in success and failure. Such evenness of mind is called yoga. How quickly and beautifully he has explained Sri Krishna is to be seen here. There is a great philosophy behind it. If we do our action without expecting the result of action, sure that we will attain liberation or moksha or freedom. The qualities of a Sthita Prajna or a steady-minded personality is also explained here. From we can understand the amount of importance that Madam Blavatsky has given to karma and reincarnation. The philosophical views, there are a lot of other views that we can say, keep on saying that I shall discuss during that round table. Though I have asked some questions, I would like to say that because Madam Blavatsky to write the secret thing, what made? Why does she choose Disyan verses from the Buddhist Tibetan origin? Why there were vehement criticism against Blavatsky when she is truly synthesizing philosophy, religion, and science? Is it not that there is a synthesis of science, philosophy, and religion? Secret Doctrine seems to be an ordinary man. An ordinary man is very tough to understand, of course. Why was so much complex formation, though she had handled both Hinduism, Christianity, and Buddhism, and presented it neatly from 3 to 7? Blavatsky's doctrine of the human principle has been explained. And these are the things that I would like to share with all the intelligentsia here present, with the philosophers, the theosophists, and the scientists, and all the religious heads, and also the organizers. And I thank you very much for having given me a very nice opportunity. Thank you, one and all. Okay. The other details are just available in the magazine. Yes.
Dear Dr. Srinivasan, thank you for your attention to Madam Blavatsky's fundamental fundamental work, The Secret Doctrine, penetrating into deep aspects of special conceptuality about which Plato spoke of the conceptuality of words. The meanings embedded in words by gods are transmitted to people by geniuses. Such transfer took place through Madame Blavatsky's work, The Secret Doctrine. So right now, we are inviting Mr. Volnov Ilya Nikolaevich, candidate of Technical Sciences, Associate Professor, Director of the Center of Technological Support of Education of Moscow Polytechnic University. Ilya Nikolaevich was born in Moscow, graduated from Bauman University, candidate a PhD in Technical Sciences, worked as a researcher at the Technical University Mining Academy in Freiburg, Germany, Director of Science in Moscow State Industrial University, currently Director of the Center for Technological Support of Education at Moscow Polytechnic University, author of more than 65 scientific publications and 4 monographs, curator of science art exhibition projects, media artist, developer of the author's concept Science, Artist, Technology of Thinking. Mr. Volnov Ilya Nikolaevich and his speech, Vernadsky's sphere approach in the measurement of the immeasurable.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to give a speech. Vernadsky is a genius who wants to direct science in another direction, which go to another side, because there is no synthesis of science.
Несколько фраз Елены Петровны и одного из отцов-основателей современной науки. Первое. Никакой земной микроскоп не может сравниться с остротой духовного.
The era of liberation.
Вспомним Галилея, который задал программу развития той науки, как мы ее сегодня знаем. Эта программа в этой фразе. Измерить все, что поддается измерению, а что не поддается измерению, сделать измеримым. Вопрос,
We can measure everything which can be measured and which can be not measured, we can measure. Modern science is made Galileo Galilei.
Вот в следующих слайдах то, что наука лишь частично исполнила этот завет.
Science only partly fulfilled this testament.
Значит, речь идет о том, что можно измерить. Мы с вами измерили более-менее.
So there's how to measure which can be not measured, and science, how science can do this with this. Science choose a simple way, having measuring instrument on hand, and reduce measuring object for this means, and this turns out to be complex and simplify this complexity to a level acceptable for measuring process. This strategy became common to entire development of civilization in recent time, in all for basic human activity in the socio-economic approach. Such simplification or division of complex into the simple was carried out in management. The principle of separation of power in cognition, in education, and disciplinary fragmentation of science and production, division of labor. Such fragmentation began from the fundamental work. Disciplinary fragmentation of science. So we now live in the total fragmentation of power. This everything can have a background, and we can fulfill this. We can. Now we choose a Newton approach, Isaac Newton approach. So science, such fragmentation began from foundational works of Isaac Newton, which he created mechanics to solve the utilitarian task of accurately describing the motion of solids.
создавая новые представления о пространстве и времени.
So he created entity and time. So modern science, so new type of science takes the negligence of previous. So Newton mechanics was made neglect of previous picture of time. Ancient time was created as a time. It was very difficult to Newton reduce understanding of simple categorical. He simplified this and divided simply time and. Newton simplifies separation and because it's make it simple everything. Single sacred space-time. A single sacred space-time is divided into separate space and separate time. Complexity of sacred space and time is reduced to simple space and time, and such that describe it only quantitatively, have no structure and homogeneous linear. So when the people come to the church or temple, so this time can be deviative, like when they see on icon. Newton, when we reduce time, make it simple. Because we can see God. So we also say that these items cannot be seen, and so we not allow people to see everything. So sacred unity and time. There is no sacred space-time understood as not limited by anything, including the dimensionality as such. After separation, it begins to be understood as three-dimensional space and one-dimensional time. Sacred space-time as a mediator of man in this communication, which the creator is deprived of this most important function. There is a ground of future atheism. It was noting that we can and this artificial barrier, so man made it, this structure. But this structure is not real. We made it artificially. There is no linear. But in the nature it exists, but we created it scientifically. There is no linear time. In this time, we made it chemically. And it is similar, we can say about the three-dimensional time. And we add here sacred unity. And when we did this, we divided this. Descartes made it into ideal and material. And before we made and when we made on the self-understanding, and we are now in the system of in object and subject, and subject and object tells about three. So about subject, object, and subject again. So this object and science itself leads as tsar. So tsar was said that made everything in gold. So everything should be made in gold because he can stop his hunger. And gold hunger can be fulfilled by gold. That's why he is successfully alive. Maybe science can go further when he began everything from the root to the past, and start to see on everything from different angle. If we see on this slide, Elena Petrovna Blavatsky wrote 150 years ago. So modern science successfully made everything. So crisis of science is understood everything, but now we are so now we think that we have to change everything and reconsider the basis of a viewpoint. So this crisis, we can tell in utilitarian view, and important function of science to send new information in the culture. And this in this last 50 years, this because culture can die, and now science go not from the culture, but for us it's important because science should go from culture. This is a problem. This is a crisis and of scientific understanding. So crisis systematic approach. So this approach on the basis of systematic approach, so we use this word unconsciously because we think the system is fulfill everything, and we live according to the system. But however, this is not. This is not a good approach because this leads to the crisis. Therefore, this leads to the development. So we can see here like triangle, but we need to take step further. So here the situation in triangle. The modern system of science. So there is method, the subject, and object. Stop and classify this system and take this system from the 20th century at earlier, and he take Newtonian mechanism like a classical quantum mechanic. So from this we leads to the, according to Stopin, to the synergy of common theoretical system of post system. So Stopin used linear system. So we can we go for previous slide? So this is a classic system, Newton classical. So Newton go further. So quantum mechanics, according to Newton, so we take science, and there is a method of getting result. So unclassical result, synergy, and our thought and influence of understanding. So now this on this picture, according to this picture, we can understand where our science is. So we are happy with this how we get information, but there is no step further. We fixed our crisis because we have a crisis. We don't understand if there is a way to way out from this crisis. But there is no way out from this crisis because. But now we can find a way. Now we can say about Vernadsky. He's a genius, and there is a few attention to his method. I want to say about him, the works of his, and he began to work last century. He began from quantum work. What stopped and classify this on Vernadsky began work from life science, from noosphere, from biosphere for noosphere. For us, is Vernadsky began to change the sources of science. So at the beginning of last century, our civilization, there was opportunity to go another way, but so we proceed with a point of bifurcation, but so we can go left or right, but we chose another way, like way of Einstein, and so we came to the different direction. So we received postmodern, where is no beauty and there is we now in a world of post truth. So we can we use AI. So AI give us information, what we want, and we can differentiate the right information, the wrong information, because so that's why this information do not lead to the right way, because Vernadsky give us this. So we made a mistake. And we have to take a step further to use his approach, and so we have to go from the systematic approach to sphere approach, and use Vernadsky as the basis. But he But his approach, we can formulate his approach. And it is important for us in human. And so in science, there is approach, we can use this approach. So the course of the development of science rationale could be different. From the non-classical stage to science could move into the post-classical, which today have led to the crisis and post-science. But so brain has uncountable components. Brain has uncountable components. So because science cannot differentiate and can't so countable cannot figure out uncountable. So that's why IE cannot so that's why they have to be new physics. That's why give us opportunity to work with another physics. The sphere and the main the new physics will be made by human with human brain. So his brain with so unity. So human brain uncountable and nature also uncountable. So we can recall system of Penrose. So man is tools as a scientist. We use method, subject, and two component. We can discover object in the size of future. So this schematization of Penrose theorem and the, so this object. So use this when we synthesize a subject and object, the new method of cognition have not been discovered. So the synthesis of subject and object. So and we can recall uncountability. Uncountability have man and unity. So that's why this two component is the same, like identical to the environment, to the macrocosm. Microcosm, it's equal to the microcosm. So modern science this can be considered one of the oldest expression of this sphere approach. And one cannot exist without another. And the physics is a basis of, so man cannot exist without physics, and this is sphere approach. So other picture was like, they lead to the sphere approach. So it is a synthesis, or the synthesis of object and subject and an approach. And there is so the last one cannot be so human soil proof sense of.
Ну вот это все мы можем мыслить как формулировки сферного подхода. Пойдемте дальше.
It is sphere approach that become possible to measure the immeasurability in universe, immeasurability of the man in himself, and not through the external means of tools, but through the internal ones, since no Earth microscope can be compared with equity of spherical perception. So the sphere and the system consist of element. In the system of element can be defined in the system and outside it, in the sphere only, inside the sphere. The sphere approach is a sphere and a system consist of element. But in the system, we can think. Because in the system there is element inside and outside. In a sphere approach, we can we can think about the system. My heart, because, for example, my heart, I can feel my heart in me, not outside. And go further. You use Vernadsky approach, so we can use science in another way, because modern science consists of material and nature. But Vernadsky said this is not true, because nature, alive can go from alive and not from the dead. So life is cosmic. Vernadsky proved that modern science have to be on the energy, information, and life, and on the matter. So sphere based on 4 elements: matter, energy, information, and life. And in basics is life. So sphere cannot be is uncountable. It has elements. For example, our brain consists in consciousness and underconsciousness, and in a system there is so in a sphere there is limited element. It's important element, system, and modern science, as we reported in the previous Congress, sphere approach is a linear, and so modern science is based on them in the time. A sphere is in biological space-time based. So system and environment, physical, quantitative, external space and time. It's very the revolution of physical world, according to the ancient doctrine, is attribute of life revolution in the world of intellect. A simultaneous evolution of world proceeding in circle, like the philosophical one. So science based on its development from the negligence or from other development, from the proposed development. So Newton proceed with linear. So each sphere is unique. So we can this uniqueness we can figure it out. But before we cannot work with uniqueness. For example, in education, you can work with unique, because modern science can work with uniqueness approach. In science approach, for example, in science approach, we can work with uniqueness, because we prohibited to work with this. We want to work with this system, but we can. And that's why we use IE. That's why man cannot work with this. Sphere is heterogeneous at all level of observation. Newton, it can be an object, a system, and environment together connected inert and living matter, and described by Lusitanius, a Romanian geometry simultaneously. Vernadsky said we can use, so talk about heterogeneous observation. And development of science, self-regulation, self-organization, and self-development. The sphere approach adds to its own to them, which can be previously constructed from parts. The prefix self and the root mind. For example, self-intelligence, self-consciousness. Vernadsky emphasized the obligatory process of the transition of the biosphere into the noosphere. Reasonably, the sphere is it's important element. Vernadsky figured out, emphasized, and criticized sphere is not grasped by modern mathematics. First argument. So for living sphere, so object can be so we have to find a time, and so we have the time when we can measure object. So that's why the basis for differentiation. In the living items, in which sphere exists, there is no this opportunity. So we can measure the weight of the sphere, because sphere is alive, and we can find a time. We can a time to measure these living things. So that's why we can understand this, and we construct mathematical. And that's why we surprised.
Атрибутами живого является, значит, такой параметр, как необратимость.
And so living cannot be go back. So if we use mathematical apparatus to living, so that's why these apparatus cannot also be go back. So but math is go back. So we can use for life. Penrose also point out to that a new physics should be created, and Vernadsky also point out so math as a physics should be new, which so we almost finish the program of Galileo Galilei. Great Galileo Galilei, we start with this. So science cannot finish to measure unmeasurable and use reduction. So now we have use sphere approach and use this approach to measure unmeasurable. What we can measure life. So we use sphere approach to measure unmeasurable. So in conflict with finite with infinite, philosophy which prohibit to measure this. So that's why we can justify some new. So so we try to avoid this because we had a fear, because social system, on the basis of social system there is a fear. So that's why we should, when we finish with fairness and we see beauty of the system, and this beauty can fool our culture, and that's why we can use math, and so the beauty can be used as a basis for the future math. And so I'm finished. Thank you very much. Applaud.
Thank you so much for the beauty of your word and for your work. You've touched on all the fundamental notions of theosophy that Madame Blavatsky was speaking about. And it means that if now we're given the impetus to study theosophy, it's clear that is the way to see that this knowledge is relevant, and this knowledge in particular is the basis to measure the immeasurable by science in the future. Thank you. Dear friends, I'd like to present you the next speaker, Anacleto José Manuel, president of the Lusitanian Center of Cultural Unity, Portugal, Lisbon, and tell a bit about him. Born in Lisbon, Portugal, graduated from the university in Lisbon and studied a lot, editor of journal Biosophy and president of the cultural center Lusitania do Unificação, where for the first time the 3 volumes of texts by Madame Blavatsky were published, and the full version of the Secret Doctrine was also published the year. A researcher of esoteric Buddhism and the Secret Books of Blavatsky by David Regal and Nancy Regal, author of over 40 books, and preface to the Portuguese edition of The Voices of Silence, commissioner and author of 24 panels of the exhibition dedicated to Madame Blavatsky in Lisbon 2018. Documents were later reproduced in Brazil, organizing lecture of several congresses, author of hundreds of lectures and hundreds of articles on theosophy, esoteric philosophy, and spiritual traditions. Dear friends, unfortunately, it happened that José fought a disease and was working till the end. And the end of the year, he sent his research for the Congress, and unfortunately by the Congress he is not with us anymore. He has left a lot of international progresses and works, and opened an edifice where the publishing house for Madame Blavatsky's works, and they were published around the whole world. Also published Kalachakra Tantra translated from Russian into Portuguese. Today, his research will be read out by the researcher and the supporter, and with a dedication to the real true theosophist José Manuel Anacleto. His report will be read by the employee of the center and tribute to the real scientists. It will be a minute's contemplation about the eternal HPB.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon to all. Our friend José Manuel Anacleto left this plane of physical life and passed to the spiritual light. I was asked to read his lecture, and I hope everybody understands me. Eternal greetings to all the Theosophists gathered here. It is a great pleasure to be with you all. Yes, it is always a joy to be with Theosophists from various black backgrounds and nationalities. I believe that this universality enriches all of us. And in this case, with the majority being from Russia, I am reminded of the brilliant culture of this country. Today, I will speak of stanza 3 in general, not focusing on any particular sloka. In a way, stanza 3 also serves as a pretext to discuss the entire Secret Doctrine and all the stanzas it has publicly revealed. Indeed, stanza 3 marks the transition from the unmanifested to the emergence of a particular cosmos. It is true that the previous stanza already does this to some extent, but as Blavatsky points out, the states mentioned in the first two stanzas would require an exclusive treatise to understand their differences. It is very important that Elena Blavatsky begins by referring to the absoluteness, and she continues this in stanza 1. Being is and cannot be, but be, and this awareness is immense within us. However, at the same time, it is non-being, not being any particular thing, not something limited and limiting. When I was young, I was first overwhelmed by the wonder of being, then by the equally astonishing realization that it is impossible for nothing to be. In a poor summary of the stance, H.P.B. wrote insignificantly, a moment's thought shows that such a state can only be symbolized. To describe it is impossible, nor can it be symbolized except in negatives, for since it is the state of absoluteness per se, it can possess none of those specific attributes which serve us to describe objects in positive terms. Hence, that state can only be suggested by the negatives of all those most abstract attributes which men feel rather than conceive as the remotest limits attainable by the power of conception. The stanzas of Zen and the Secret Doctrine present a method of conceiving, thinking, and understanding that is exemplary and indispensable. It is the method of Theosophy, and the only one possible for grasping the theory practice of all that is. Without this method, the individual, the student, or the aspiring student becomes lost in an immense and incomparable ocean of knowledge, in a forest of details, in a tangle of information. They lose their guiding thread, confusing the essential with the accessory, synthesis with separatist analysis. This can never be emphasized enough. The first two stanzas wonderfully make us aware of the grand circumstances that is possible to be without existing, and not existence, and this evolution depends entirely on their being vehicles of manifestation. In verse 7 of stanza 1, we can read these magnificent words. 7. The causes of existence had been done away with. The visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being. Now, let's briefly digress into stanza 3. The last vibration of the seven eternity thrills through infinitude. The mother swells, expanding from within without. like the bud of the lotus. With the vibration of the seventh eternity, we have the emergence impulse and culmination of the first logos, the unmanifested logos, from which flows Daivi Prakriti and the proto-activity of the second logos. While Parabrahman is the eternal cause, the first logos is the first cause, the great invisible logos that originates all other logoi, and before cosmic manifestation sleeps in the bosom of that which neither sleeps nor wakes. For Parabrahman, which is not a being but said or beingness, truth, cannot be said to be asleep or awake. In Sloka 4, it is stated, then the three fall into the four, the radiant essence becomes seven inside, seven outside. Here we see something that had not yet occurred in the stage mentioned in verse 4 of stanza 3. It becomes clear that everything in the cosmos is septenary, with three higher and ideative aspects and four lower ones of expression. Nevertheless, as there is the one element, Spirit Mother, the septenary is both internal and external, albeit in different balances. In this light, Sloka 10 should also be understood. Father, Mother, Spain, a web whose upper end is fastened to Spirit, the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to its shadowy ends matter. And this web is the universe spun out of the two substances made in one, which is Svabhavat. Here, it is important to note that in Buddhism, at least in its current and external forms, Svabhavat has a single meaning, self-essence or self-nature. However, in Theosophy, it has a different meaning as presented by Elena Blavatsky in the posthumous but original edition of the Theosophical Glossary. Svabhavat is the substance of the world and its essential nature, or rather, that which is behind it, the spirit and the sense of substance. The name comes from Subhava, and it is compounded of three words: Su, good, perfect, beautiful, elegant, Sva, self, and Bhava, being or condition of being. From it, all nature proceeds, and to it it returns at the end of the cycles of life. In esotericism, it is called the Father-Mother. It is the plastic essence of the matter. This raises the need to take a position on the fact that the majority of Buddhists, when not disinterested in the topic, deny the existence of Svabhavat in each and every being, adopting the position of Atman, which means there is no individual self or spirit, but rather total emptiness. It is necessary to note that an intermediate position in Buddhism, considered by very balanced and close to Theosophy, was taught by instructors like Yumo Mikio Doge, 11th century, and Dolpopa Sherab Gyaltsen, 14th century, of the ancient Gornamka school, developing the Shatong doctrine, empty only and of other, in opposition to Rengtong, empty total of self-identify. The Theosophical position is as follows. Atma is used to refer to the undivided and unconditioned self beyond attributes, separations, or personal individualism, which are other in relation to true reality. It is that of the universal whole itself. Elena Blavatsky asserts in the Key of Theosophy that Atman is not my spirit, nor your spirit, but like the sun. It shines upon all. It is the universally diffused divine principle, inseparable from its meta-spirit, which is one and absolute, just as the sunbeam is inseparable from the sunlight. Let us remember that is in the three fundamental propositions of the Secret Doctrine, it is stated that no purely spiritual body, divine soul, can have an independent and conscious existence before the spark, which emerge from the pure essence of the six universal principles, that is, the super soul, as one, pass through every elemental form of the phenomenal world of this moment, and second, acquired individually first by nature impulse, and then at the cost of its own consciously directed efforts regulated by its karma. Thus, ascending through all the degrees in it, it refers to the sixth principle, not the seventh, and the Buddhi, not Atman. In verse 12, the last one of stanza 3, it is written, then Svabhavat sends forward to warden the atoms. Each is a part of the web, reflecting the self-existence. Lord, like a mirror, each becomes in turn a world. This is another absolutely remarkable verse. It introduces the function, at least one of them, and the importance of forward. Svabhavat sends forward, as he is the messenger of cosmic ideation, the swift seed of the gods. The hardening of atoms means their congregation, leading to greater density and therefore greater materiality. This occurs at all levels, following the analogy of one God, one man, one atom. In the Secret Doctrine, there is an abundant discussion of the Mongolian term forward. For example, stanza 5 is entirely dedicated to it. In addition to everything that HPB explicitly stated or implied, it is very valuable to equate it with the Sanskrit Daki Prakriti, with eros from ancient Greece, especially in the Orphic cosmogony, with Kepera and Tum from ancient Egypt, depending on the time and circumstances. Elements of ancient universal wisdom have managed to prevail and serve as a reference until today. This further emphasizes the importance of multiculturalism and universalism, and mentioned at the beginning, and understanding and living well is in current wisdom systems they have developed is not well help them when, as often happens, we only know one religion, and even worse, only superficially without comparative knowledge. To start with the example I know best, a significant number of people simply identify themselves as Christians because it is the predominant religion in their country. They may not know why, and adhere without much reflection to what a particular church asserts, content with it without further inquiry. Similar patterns can be observed with other religions. How much richness is wasted in this manner? It is a pity or a waste that Christian, and sometimes even a 30 or 40 years old Theosophy student, is unaware of fundamental aspects of the great ancient religions and philosophy of India. It is truly regrettable when people identify with a religion or belief system only for cultural convenience or without a deep understanding of its meaning and underlying philosophy. This limited approach often leads to superficial understanding, and a lack of appreciation for the spiritual and philosophical riches present in various religious and philosophical traditions around the world. We are by no means advocating that one should know everything, but rather that one should have fundamental notions that add more tiles to the mosaic. The same applies to the Taoism and Confucianism, and of course also to Zoroastrianism, Hermeticism, and the radiance of Pythagoreanism, Platonism, and Neoplatonism, the Kabbalah, first Jewish and then also Christian. The great and legitimate original sources of Christianity, both Gnosticism and Nazarene Ebionism, Sufi Islam, which with its wondrous spiritual beauties, and so on and so forth. The greater our recognition of our culture and ways of life, the more easily we are able to understand others and make ourselves understood. The more easily we will connect with other people, their cultures, and their ways of being. In summary, we will be responding to Ilana Blavatsky's request. Be Theosophies, live Theosophy. Thank you for listening to me.
Большое спасибо, Либелия.
Thank you so much, Madam Libelia, for reading out loud these research by José Manuel Anacleto. I would like to say that we've just listened to this contemplation and reflection about the Secret Doctrine. José Anacleto was the initiator of systemic approach to the Secret Doctrine. He has his own research, and you've just heard how he understands the notions of the Secret Doctrine. It's a true theosophist, true scientist, and we're really, really grateful to him. Thank you. All right, now we're inviting the next speaker, Kolganov Sergey Vitalyevich, PhD in philosophy, professor of the Department of Philosophy in Moscow Aviation Institute, Moscow, Russia. Mr. Kolganov graduated from the Moscow Aviation Technological Institute, named after Tsiolkovsky, where he was qualified as a specialist in aircraft engines, started in the graduate school of Lomonosov Moscow State University at the Department of Philosophy and Methodology of Science, defended a PhD thesis in philosophy on the topic the concept of unity as the first principle of theosophical knowledge. Since 2003, as professor, he has taught a normative course, philosophy, and the optional course, philosophy of the ancient East at Mati Institute. Author of books, The Multidimensionality of Human Existence, Formation of Philosophical Anthropology, Issues of Modern Science, member of the Russian Philosophical Society, currently works at the Moscow Aviation Institute, teaching a number of training courses to bachelor's, master's, and postgraduates. Mr. Kolganov Sergey Vitalyevich, PhD in philosophy, professor of philosophy in Moscow Aviation Institute, Russia, Moscow, Ecology of the Soul and the Image of the Future. The best wishes to all participants of the Congress. Hello, dear friends. My topic is the environment of soul and the image of the future. We are aimed at reproduction, not at reproduction of what we already have in the society where we live. The major role is played by the search for new technologies and their application, including social technologies. As they introduced Russian activities beyond limits of nature, and that is the way to construct the new worlds. In this process, all the cultural limits are left behind, and We are using new information technologies. That is the way to create our new future. The atomic scientist Ralph Lab from the USA characterized the situation the following way, writing, "We are in the train that is getting faster and faster, and we are on the way with an unknown number of directions, with no scientist inside, and with the demons that can see it at the direction of our train, at the rail." The information society we're in right now is associated with the new technologies, computer technologies, information technologies, and communications playing a major role in transformation of knowledge. That is the unique way to change social communication, to create anthropo-technological and social technological systems, internet, as this kind of system is not only presented by units of information, it has such mediators as texts, different addressees, different senders, and thanks to IT, a particular virtual reality is being formed. The very notion of this virtual reality has a long history related to philosophy and art. Cogito sum by Descartes was saying that the only reality is the reality of our mind. Everything else is virtual. From this point of view, there is the theory which is virtual. The reality we have, in front of our eyes is virtual, is contemplated. And from this point of view, we can doubt that this understanding is included in humanitarian area of science. According to the logic, it should be part of physics. So mental energy has its proponents. Let these proponents be not that respected as they are today, and it's possible due to mental creativity to play with roles, to have multiple self. There are religious organizations that are formed around the artificial intelligence, the inevitable one. And those who are in these temples, they are getting our faith in technology stronger. That is the way to the future, established in 2015 by Anthony Lewandowski from the Silicon Valley, characterizing the surge of the artificial intelligence as the one raising up the God. It's different from other churches. It's never had a physical building or regular sessions where they can come. That is the church ways of the future. It should contribute to the development of the artificial intelligence. That is the way to probably integrate artificial intelligence into human society. Of course, development of modern technologies leading to constructization and implementation of our wishes should only be hailed, but still, in line with the catastrophic rise of information volumes, there are new needs that we have, and they're not healthy anymore. We should take into account moral attitude of the human being. Subject should not become object. It should not become something without soul. But modern world is becoming a kind of paradise for introverts, for sociophobic people. And we, thanks to material world, start to value our environment, what is around us. If there are problems arising, It means that we all have them. In the mental sphere, these problems have not been that evident recently, but now, thanks to modern information technologies, the mental worlds of other people have become available to everyone. So we get to know different areas, by the environmental picture that is connected to the better quality of mental sphere of humanity. In difference to animal, human being is not just a material being, it's beyond. It's created the spiritual and cultural world, and that is why in recent years the term of environment can also be related to culture and soul, such notions. The center of the focus of this new world is our mind, is self-consciousness. If the environment, environmental science is more about what is around us in the physical world, then the environmental science for the soul should protect the purity that is needed to develop our soul. Unfortunately, achievements of modern civilization are so far away from it. The one who follows natural laws will be pure in soul as well. But is it only up to a single person? The being of physical and moral world is up to the whole humanity. What has always been and is within the production of everything that is mental, not material, is there. Is it required to follow all the stages and make all the errors in spiritual production that we've already made in the material one? And do we need this endless generation of new, even shocking mental structures? Do we need this information smart, these great piles of mental garbage? Or will we start directly from perfect thoughts, perfect images, bringing them up to perfection? From the point of view of religion, they are so longer than material ones. All the physical and mechanical images cannot be compared to subtle energy. The future is up to subtle energies, and the matter should get back to this light. The globalist climate organization S40 includes almost 40 cities around the world. In its report, called The Future of Urban Consumption under the temperature 1.5 degrees Celsius, poses the ambitious goal of humanity to prohibit meat, dairy products, personal transport, to limit aviation and limit consumption. It should all take place before 2030. It's allowed to have the 3 new items of clothing per person per year and 1 flight per person every 3 years. Will all this give positive output? In this project, the material is preferable if compared to spiritual. It's only replacing the consumption policy, material consumption policy, to minimal consumption. Let's say what the right approach to solving the social problems is. It's the priority of spiritual and moral values. Spirituality means our relation to the spirit. If we're open to the spirit and follow its laws, then we're spiritual people. And if the way the person accepts spirituality depends on the physical characteristics, and it can be further strengthened as the moral and spiritual norms within the society. It contributes to better aims and achievements in spiritual area. Without that, without these spiritual milestones, great problems are waiting us. That's what we need to regulate global processes, to arrange them. The main issue, the main way to solve modern issues is within values, and our destiny depends on this spiritual area. Jürgen Habermas wrote in his book that now the assumption of a universal one and all perspective of truth, or the good life, which until the recent of times has forever inspired the philosophical community concerned about the loss of unity, is not just being put under question, but is perceived as a threat of unacceptable interference in every person's life. Is this approach applicable if our future is at stake? The effect of fear against the future is the organic non-acceptance by human beings of any understanding of the future that is not in line with the present. Future is perceived as idealized present. Sergey Bulgakov, the Russian philosophist, was saying that there are the two beings within the human person. One is leading to active spirit's work for the sake of his ideals, and the second one is aimed at making our life material and law-oriented. This second being has led to futuracid, that is similar to genocide. Futuracide is a kind of information war, technological war, using modern opportunities to affect the enemy. That is the phenomenon in catastrophic movements that are popular globally in the Western world. Almost all the mass culture we have today seeds fears, provokes, brings up negative emotions. It's a kind of futuracid. Futuracid is so popular today, and it's only possible to counter it successfully only if we have governmental authorities on our side, and that is why we should accept the whole range of measures. What do we need? Till it's not too late, we should put more in the virtual reality, more moral values than we have in the material world.
Людей склоняется не в пользу материальной реальности, так как нередко для человека
more and more frequent that we put just simple ideas and images there.
с идеалами любви, красоты и справедливости.
Actually, the person should connect to the ideals of love and morality in this virtual world. With the social changes, there is the task not only to adapt to what we already have, the changes, I mean, but also the new transformations that are about to come. Apart from direct norms of our actions, we should also take into account what we should do, what we need to do. That is the ideal. And we understand the ideal as modeling of the future by a human being. That is what is crucial for every single person and for the future and for the society as a whole. People take decisions. Value is what is a focus. for human activity. We should not forget that most problems are currently born by technogenic civilization, and what is based on our understanding of special values. The President's decree, 9th of November last year, pointed out the 17 Russian moral and spiritual traditional values. In particular, we should pose attention to the value of life, rights of human being, moral ideals, collectivism, family, kindness, and the priority of spirituality over material life, mercy, justice, labor, etc. This document is particularly important for Russia because it's the way for the state to protect these values. They are also based on the works by many Russian scientists, humanists, that have led us to the higher ideals of morality. The Russian Orthodox tradition based on these values brings us closer to the great cultures, the Islamic, the Buddhist, the Hinduist cultures. The post-Soviet Russia is also where a particular role can be attributed to the Theosophical tradition and the life ethics. A person who has chosen the Theosophical path usually radically changes his way of thinking and habits. It's useful to realize and understand the significance of such habit in life. And the quote is the following: if you were to start drawing up diagrams of earthly habits, you would have been left with the unique idea of the planet's life. Many habits survive races and the entire eras. No change in all living conditions affects such habits that are formed by the manifestation of stubbornness. So, the formation of moral values in the person happens. How does it happen? Is it done in a natural way, or while the person is brought up in the family, in the kindergarten, at school? Is it enough? Shouldn't we use the modern technologies we have in the process of bringing up a person? Spirituals and teachers were based on their imagination and their will, but it's not always that developed in the human being. What should we use to develop the will? We should use the habits, because we need the right set of habits. That is what James Rome wrote. Success is not more than several habits that are followed every day, and the failure is just several errors we repeat every day. We find the similar thoughts in the statement by Madame Blavatsky. Strength is needed in order to fight against the influence of heredity and education, as well as to resist the instincts and habits acquired upon this and other incarnations. But much more strength is needed in order to cross the 0 point and give rise to new instincts and habits in living conditions, and with the prevailing mentality that vehemently shall resist the new incarnation. The innovations attributable to modern world allow us to affect human behavior, form new habits. In the 21st century, we have new technologies that can correct failures of the past from the point of view of the school. In China, for instance, there is the new system of social rating, following, monitoring the actions of many legal and physical persons, most part of the population. They attribute them with the marks available online for everybody who wishes to learn about them. The social rating is fixed on the scale and is based on the 3 main areas: social, state and networking areas. And the data is collected from 1,500 organizations and is transformed to the big data. The social rating can get higher through socially beneficial help and actions, good relations with the neighbors, etc. The social rating is also applied in dating sites. This technology is sometimes applied for socially disconnected people in Russia. It's not that developed this area of social rating that could be. It's only the initiative by the Moscow Social University to introduce the social rating among the students. And we also know that in Kamchatka region, there is Kamchatka system of social rating, where you can get free tickets.
Жителям Камчатки за каждые 10 тысяч шагов ежедневно тоже будут начисляться дополнительные баллы.
Additional scales and other benefits. The way to keep the earth for the future generation is to keep us alive, to create a better person. And we can do it through the right image of the future. We should form it systematically. We should have new elements of reality and come to them as to our ideas, introducing them into our everyday life. That is the way to regulate our motives, our values, our understanding of happiness and future of humanity. That is how we should go out of the crisis. Through cultural changes, new values, and motivation that should be an integral part of worldview among population. We cannot deny that there are so many suffering people today. That was the result of a minor role of moral values in our life. We should come to self-evolution of human mind through cultural and educational events, working in the interests of 100% of human beings, and we should re-biologize the technological sphere of our planet. Thank you. Dear Mr. Kolganov, thank you so much for your presentation. I think it's clear not only to Theosophists, but also to others. Your thought is so clear today. Thank you. And right now, I would like to say, within this concept and idea that was told about so greatly, that is the problem that exists, that is relevant, and it gets bigger and bigger. But we are in this bifurcation point mentioned today. Of course, it will give us the impotence, and that is the concept of social, governmental structures, etc. Thank you for drawing your attention to that. That is so important. That is one of the tasks of the Theosophical Congress that will work on these particular features in the future. We hope that the moral position of human development and social development, of course, will win. Dear friends, today you have the guest from the Committee of the State Duma on the International Affairs, and I invite Mr. Sokolov Vladimir Alexandrovich. Hello, dear friends, dear colleagues organizers, I'd like to, on behalf of the Deputation Corps of the State Duma, congratulate you on the Congress. That is the great job you are doing. And of course, it will leave an important mark and will be crucial for the development and upbringing of modern generation and further generations. I wish you fruitful work, success. Thank you. I'm so grateful to you for everything you are doing. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for supporting our ideas. We hope for future cooperation that will give us definite impetus for the development of the whole society of the Russian Federation. Dear friends, I congratulate all the participants of the Congress, and Daria Gorina as the awarded today is also with us, and the video she would like to congratulate you.
Номинант международного музыкального
Nominee of the international musical competition named after H.P. Blavatsky, Daria Gorina, Sergiev Posad. You'll see her on the 26th of November. Dear friends, I'd like to say a few words before the break. Right now, we'll have the joint photo by the delegates. Please stay on your seats.
фото, видео.
And as we get prepared, everybody will be invited to the hall, and there will be different kinds of photos,
Раздаем, пока не раздаем флажки, ждем.
technical moments before the photo for those sitting in the room.
Еще такой момент. Дорогие друзья, мы все с вами взрослые. Сессия Теософского конгресса идет 2,5 часа. Мы же не дети.
Then there is one more point that 2.5 hours is when is the time of the session, and please think of our dear delegates and speakers and organizers. Please don't go out of the room and come in. Please respect each other. Now the photo is being taken.
Все, которые оргруппа, все в зале, садитесь все на места. Пожалуйста, сюда. Марина, Кеп, это вы докладчик, садитесь, пожалуйста. Волонтеры сзади встаньте в один ряд. С последнего ряда справа перейдите сюда, в центр, где пустые места. Нам надо сделать хорошую фотографию, поэтому чуть-чуть мы с вами помучимся. В центре, пустые места в центре. Оля, Наташа, организаторы конгресса. Пустые места в центре займем. Девочки, которые в черное одеты, по бокам встаньте, одна от другой, в другую, в ту отойдите. Продвиньтесь чуть-чуть влево все. Поднимите флажки, девочки, которые стоят сзади, флажки поднимите. Невысоко, невысоко, в две руки невысоко. Еще продвиньтесь слева, еще влево, пожалуйста, двигаемся. Спасибо большое, очень хорошо понимаете. Не зря я хореографом работала, разводку делаю, да? Поднимите, пожалуйста, флажки. Вот так, не закрываем лицо, выше головы. Поднимаем ручки, 2 ручки, пожалуйста. Большое спасибо. 2 ручки выше головы, не здесь, выше головы. Теперь с вами. Итак, дорогие друзья, давайте улыбка. Улыбка – это первая фотография, я не побоюсь этого слова, 7-го Международного Теософского конгресса в столице нашей Родины. Самый прекрасный город Земли – это город Москва. Это центр всего мира. Это центр на 7 холмах, как и наш с вами 7-й Международный Теософский конгресс. А теперь давайте поднимем руки. Я сейчас сам тоже уйду, чтобы с вами сфоткаться. Все поднимите руки, а я чуть встану. Поднимаем ручки. Вот так, хорошо. Валерий, который фотограф, как там мы? У нас там как? Улыбки есть? Улыбаемся. Да, вот так, приветствуем. Было и с руками, и без. А теперь, пожалуйста, прошу раздать флажки. И у нас традиционный кадр. Вы получаете флажок Фонда Теософии, Знамени мира, символом Теософского общества с печатью Елены Петровны Блаватской. Просто для того, чтобы эту мысль запечатлеть. Вы же знаете, каждый образ остается в акаше. Дайте нам музыку. У нас музыка есть? Чуть-чуть музыку дайте громче, а то мы там сейчас так помираем потихонечку. Да? Вот так. По 2 флажка каждому. По 2 флажка каждому. И девочки встают также в заднем ряду по периметру. Делегаты Конгресса, у всех флажки есть. Поднимите, пожалуйста, вверх, чтобы мы видели. Отлично. 2 флажка здесь не достает. Нам 2 флажков в первом ряду. Если можно, то быстро. У нас 1 минута. Нам нужно перерыв и к 15 часам здесь быть. Пожалуйста, встаньте точно так же, как стояли до этого. Давайте поднимем, может быть, их. Не будем поднимать? А кого? Задние ряды поднять? Там все нормально? Задних ряды не видно. Побыстрее задний ряд встаньте, пожалуйста, девочки, как стояли до этого. Занимаем места. Там флажки поднимаем в самом конце. Флажки поднимаем. Флажки поднимаем над головой. Господа, вы меня не слышите. Флажки над головой поднимите, над головой, над головой. Отлично. Здесь стоим, там машем. Вот так. Улыбки, немного терпения. Исторический момент. Вы же еще не знаете, что этот конгресс последний. Поэтому это исторический момент. Улыбаемся. А вот, чтобы вы из зала не выходили туда-сюда. Поэтому я вам и говорю эту информацию. Огромное всем спасибо. Пожалуйста, ровно в 15 часов у нас начинается послеобеденная сессия. Без опозданий, будьте добры, придите сюда в зал. У нас на этажом ниже работает кафе, вы можете перекусить. Также, кто хочет горячие обеды, на рецепции возьмите, пожалуйста, списочек кафе, где указан ценник, адрес. Это все в шаговой доступности от этого места. Без 15:03 желательно уже подходить, потому что у нас в послеобеденной сессии демонстрация медальона Блаватской. Из Германии приехала прямой потомок Елены Ивановны Рерих.
So, dear speakers, we have lunch and better come back in 45 minutes. Totally, the lunch break is 1 hour.
участники Конгресса, пожалуйста, пройдите в зал.
Dear participants of the Congress, please proceed to the hall. Dear participants, please proceed to the hall.
Уважаемые участники 7-го международного теософского
Dear participants of the 7th International Theosophical Congress devoted to H.P. Blavatsky and the fundamental work, The Secret Doctrine, please proceed to the hall.
Дорогие друзья, все
Dear
участники
friends, all participants and delegates gathered in this hall today are but with Division 9
которые сегодня подключились к прямой
applause
трансляции. У нас сейчас
from the whole world,
25 стран.
those who are online, over
Европа,
25 countries online, Africa, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, even from Africa, we have participants
рады, что мы
online, and we're so happy, so glad that we have such a potential in these complicated times to gather all those who directly or indirectly touch upon this knowledge given by great teachers, by Madame Blavatsky and Rarich's family. Greetings to all regions of the Russian Federation, 33 cities that are online right now. The Seventh International Theosophical Congress devoted to Madame Blavatsky and the fundamental work, the Secret Doctrine, keeps its work. And thank you for the joint operation today for the sake of theosophy in the whole world. Right now is the long-awaited speech Golenisheва-Kutuzova, and I'll tell about her a bit. Graduated from the State Russian Humanitarian University, and for 25 years she's been working in the Rarich's Foundation in Moscow. And she has a number of publications, and Vera Evgenievna Golenisheва-Kutuzova is also the organizer of the almanac published regularly in Germany. Golenisheва-Kutuzova Vera Evgenievna, you are welcome.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники.
Good afternoon, dear participants and guests of the Congress dedicated to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. I would like to present one interesting relic. 10 years ago, at a German auction in the city of Trier, we discovered an old medallion of the mid-19th century. This medallion shows a portrait of a young Helena Blavatsky. It has the form of a folding book with a loop for wearing on a chain that is lined with gold leaf. The front part of the photo medallion is decorated with an ornamental pattern executed in the technique of black enamel, which makes the medallion look like an old folio. The ornament itself resembles the binding of an old book. In the center of its cover, there is an elegant flower. The base is decorated with 3 miniature opals. They resemble the Trinity sign. The shape of the photo medallion resembles a miniature book, which was previously closed with a lock, but now it is partially lost because it's quite old. This photo medallion spread consists of 2 parts, which have oval windows covered with glass. Below them, on the left, is a photograph of a young Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. On the right is her hair. Helena Petrovna was born as von Hahn, and later she married her husband Blavatsky. About the hair, we can say that it has a light brown shade. This portrait is a black and white photograph, which is known to have been widespread use in photo studios since 1839.
Портрет этот является черно-белой фотографией, широкое использование которой, как известно,
Again, I will say that it has been in widespread use since 1839 in Europe. The age of the Russian-German Helena von Hahn, depicted in the photo, is presumably 17-19 years old. The year of birth of Helena Blavatsky is 1831. Therefore, the time of creation of this medallion can be attributed to 1849 or 1848, which is quite consistent with the historical style of its manufacture. Thus, who could this photo medallion belong to? In the middle of the 19th century, such items could be kept in families. It is, there were so-called family heirlooms. As a rule, only people very close to each other could have such an amulet with a photo with a bunch of hair mounted in the next window. Back in the days when there were no such means of communication that we're accustomed to now, such photo medallions consoled the anguish of separation from loved and dear people. During the creation of the medallion, Helena von Hahn, in German, lived with her relatives in Tiflis. In 1849, she married the vice-governor of Yerevan, Nikifor Vladimirovich Blavatsky. After a short time, she left her husband and her relatives. Then she went on a long journey around the world, during which she endured many difficulties of a wandering life. The young lady depicted in the photo portrait has a well-groomed appearance of a mid-19th century townswoman. Hence, it can be assumed that this photo medallion was made before the departure of Blavatsky from Tiflis. This amulet could belong to someone from her family or relatives. How the medallion ended up in Europe, in the German city of Trier, remains a mystery, which may eventually be revealed. Having studied the face on the portrait, the face of a young lady, her hairstyle, her curly hair, we may assume that this is the first to be known picture of Helena Blavatsky and the only heirloom in the world associated with this lady. We believe that in the future this photo medallion will be part of the exposition of the museum dedicated to Helena Blavatsky. Now, it doesn't exist, but we believe that it will be established in Russia and will be attracting many followers of her creative work. I would like to thank the organizers of the Congress and personally Yevgenia Shaburnikova for allowing me to taking part in this Congress, for this opportunity to present the medallion, to present it to the whole world. So such an organization, such perfect management is possible if it is done by a talented manager such as Yevgenia Mikhailovna herself. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vera Yevgenievna. Thank you so much for presenting this medallion.
It was a sacred feeling for me when I was thinking about this Congress and this relic that we have. And as it was already said, it will definitely be the museum of Madame Blavatsky in Russia. You see that there are no many things named after Madame Blavatsky. With Rerich, situation is different because there are different museums and items named after Rerich family. There is an official research institute in St. Petersburg. And of course, there are monuments around Russia, around the world, named after Rerich. But as for Blavatsky, there is nothing related to her in Russia. There is a kind of suspension. So PhDs and doctors, it's your task. It's up to you to make the authorities think in this direction so that the name of Madame Blavatsky sounds with social pathos in Russia, because the time has come. And Madame Golonysheva-Kutuzov has come is saying that there is no museum, let's make it, let's establish it. Thank you so much. The relic is heart-burning, with great energy coming from it. Of course, it's also thanks to you, and thanks to your gratitude to Madame Blavatsky. It's crucial. Thank you. Applause from the hall for you. I'd like to add that if the museum of Madame Blavatsky is established, I'm ready to give this locket to it. Thank you so much. Dear friends, we continue the session, and we are today attended by our great partner. There are just not so many people in the world studying the Secret Doctrine systematically. Of course, the Congress of such status gathers these single people together. It's so complicated to do it. Dr. Michelina Foster, the research fellow from the USA, California, that is a person studying the Secret Doctrine systematically and doing a lot for the name of Madame Blavatsky, studying the Secret Doctrine in the world. That is the person.
Даже не как миссионер, а как
being a kind of helper and supporter of this idea around the world, in Nepal, in Europe, in the USA, and in Latin America as well, having so many travels related to that. And it's sad that there was the Russian Bodhisattva, Madame Blavatsky, and Madame Foster has made it her mission to tell about that. The Congress puts such a point here, and I'll get back to this point tomorrow in my report, so that that impetus keeps burning, keeps going, and each of you is in charge of that. Madame Foster, greetings. Madame Michelina Foster is born in Pennsylvania, the USA. In the 70s, studied in the Metaphysics University in Los Angeles and got the PhD in metaphysics, working as the esoteric director in the Center of Meditation in California, studying Theosophy from 1982, and that was when she joined the Lodge in Los Angeles in 1992, devoted to this church and working as the priest in Las Vegas. Author of 19 books and articles about meditation and spirituality. Madame Michelina Foster, PhD in metaphysics, member of the Theosophical Society of the USA, California.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on the balance of the heart. The intellect sits upon its illusionary mountain peak of pride and self-assurance, and surveys its vast domain of comparisons, co-measurements, theories, experiments, and experience. Can or will it ever decide to descend to the abyss of human suffering? Mankind in form awaits. But then the heart calls from the depths of being to the heights of illumination and oneness. Eternity responds to every invocation. As students of the ancient wisdom and its application within our modern world on this planet, Humanity is a seeker of knowledge. Knowledge and facts seem to appear and pass very quickly in this realm of manifestation, just as a baby is changed many times from manhood or womanhood. The events remain the same, however, the viewpoint of the perceiver changes, and hopefully he or she grows. We read the Secret Doctrine at 17, 27, 47, at 77. The words are the same, but if we have been doing our inner homework, each explanation, commentary, or suggested insight has deepened our understanding of this cosmic book that Madame Blavatsky passed to us for our perusal. Its basis is ever the same, but seemingly we are growing and changing. Intellect does not completely grasp this, but the heart does. The heart can open only after the eyes can see. To see is a choice given to each entity. Should we decide to open our eyes, we can all look at something. But to really see it takes attention, focus, energy, inner and deeper thought, experience, and knowledge. Herein is a balance which is required of every serious student of the ancient teachings. The Secret Doctrine has been given to us as a great gift. The composition of it includes many vantage points for our perusal of humanity, this solar system, our tiny planet, or this universe. The commentaries are written for each type and earth type of our present-day mindset and understanding. These are written by intelligences far beyond our limited imaginations. Why would they do this? I suggest it compels us to look beyond our methods of learning, the reasons for our dedication to the great ones, our desires for intellectual superiority and mastery, and present glorifications of our worldly capabilities. All these have and will bring us to many of the results we see in our daily life. The technology of our modern world far outpaces our basic humanity. Humanity is not the tip top of the evolutionary chain, and the mind alone is not the end of all ends. Enter the heart. This balance is not merely the illusion of the mystic versus the illusion of the occultist. There are other forces at play here. Just as the mind, as we understand it at times, seems to appear as an outflow of cosmic intelligence, from whence does it come? Through what does it flow? HPB states in The Secret Doctrine, Volume 1, page 604, quote, "From gods to men, from worlds to atoms, from a star to a rushlight, from the sun to the vital heat of the meanest organic being, the world of forms and existence is an immense chain whose links are all connected. The law of analogy is the first key to the world problem. These links have to be studied coordinately in their occult relations to each other. When therefore the Secret Doctrine postulating that the conditioned or limited space, our location, has no real being except in this world of illusion, or in other words, our perceptive faculties, teaches that every one of the higher as of the lower worlds is interblended with our own objective world, that millions of things and beings are in part of localization around and in us, as we are around and in them. This is no metaphysical figure of speech, but a sober fact of nature, how incomprehensible to our senses. The Christ in love came to show the equality, resounding essence of love to the light shown by the Buddha throughout all mankind. In response to the action of this light, we find the balance of the heart, lub, dub, the beat, the rest, the beat. Mind and heart balance, work as one. From where does the spark of mind come to the initiate and to initiate this beat of the heart? The mind flows from its place in the spiritual hierarchy through the confines of that which we call the love nature, the heart. Mind does not suddenly jump onto the stage of three-dimensional thinking brain of men and women. It too is part of the process, the interconnectedness of all manifestation to each other. Dreams can be compared with this scenario. We sleep, we dream. We as humans construct within our dreams, ring past not within our brain, a beautiful city of buildings and streets and stores and gardens and traffic. We walk this city of our dream. We pet the neighbor's dog, hear a bird in the tree by the sidewalk, share a cup of coffee with a friend or a stranger. All of this manifestation of the environment is envisioned within a seeming neuron within our brain. Does it take time to walk the length of the city? Even across the room of our thought world? And where does all the created energy of manifestation go at our waking? Here it is, the intellect stops and the heart begins. We are not speaking of the heart as simply a loving or sentimental essence. Heart is clearly much more than its feminine counterpart here in our culture suggesting. The counterpart of the heart, the mind, ignites the intellectual fire, which we call human thinking. We are given the spark, the light, the idea available for thoughtful manifestation, but it cannot burn brightly without the nature of love, the heart. A fire that needs heat, fuel, a piece of wood, just the amount of internal water and surrounding air to burn. A fire cannot burn from dead ashes or in a vacuum. The light of mind cannot strike a flame unless the underpinning of the heart is present. But intellect is only the small understandable portion of thinking presently comprehended by mankind. In ignorance, present-day humanity, however, has a tendency to take its fire and run, seeking to fulfill its own desires, memories, fears, wants, or dreams, so to speak. A forest fire, set or ignited in unawareness, runs rampant. Here we see today's world before us. It is rampant with smoldering embers of intelligence, but no true comprehension of its intrinsic connectedness with all of nature, the true nature and balance of love and mind. These two are sum totals in our present understanding of eternity. HPB has stated that all matter and energy are interchangeable. She states the real person or thing does not consist solely of what is seen at any particular moment, but is composed of the sum of all its various and changing conditions, from its appearance in material form to its disappearance from earth. It is these sum totals that exist from eternity in the future and pass by degree through the matter to exist in the eternity of the past. Mankind will eventually learn in his evolvement the earth and mankind, like the sun and moon and planets, all have their growth, changes, development, and gradual evolution in their life periods. They are born, become infants, then children, adolescents, grown-ups, grow old, and finally die. Why should not mankind be under this universal law? Under the universal law, we all dwell. Madame Blavatsky continues, quote, from the unknown one, the infinite totality, the manifested one, or the periodical manvantaric deity emanates. And this is the universal mind, which separates from its fountain source, and is the demagogue of the creative logos of the Western Kabbalist, and the four-faced Brahma of the Hindu religion. In its totality, viewed in the esoteric doctrine, from the standpoint of manifested divine thought, it represents the hosts of the higher creative Chohans. Simultaneously with the evolution of the universal mind and concealed wisdom of the Adi Buddha, one supreme and eternal, manifests itself as the Avalokiteshvara, or manifested Ishvara. The teaching of the Trans-Himalayan esotericism continues this explanation, citing, quote, by the action of the manifested wisdom, or Mahat, represented by these innumerable centers of spiritual energy in the cosmos. The reflection of the universal mind, which is cosmic ideation, and the intellectual force accompanying such ideation, becomes objectively the Fohat of the Buddhist esoteric philosopher. Fohat, running along the seven principles of Akasha, acts upon manifested substance, or the one element, declared above, and by differentiating it into various centers of energy, sets in motion the law of cosmic evolution, which is obedient to the ideation of the universal mind, brings it into existence in all its various states of being in the manifested solar system. The solar system brought into existence by these agencies consists of seven principles, like everything else within the seven centers. Secret Doctrine, page 164-65. In our brief train of thought here, universal mind is evolutionary. However, all things and considerations in the evolution of men or gods are connected. HPB goes on to say, quote, Fohat then is the personified electric vital power, the transcendental binding unity of all cosmic energies, on the unseen as on the manifested planes, the action of which resembles on an immense scale that a living force created by will in those phenomena which are seemingly subjective acts on the seemingly objective and propels it to action. Fohat is not only the living symbol and container of that force, but is looked upon by the occultists as an entity. Unquote. It is so difficult for the human unit and humanity as a whole to consider itself as merely a small portion within the unfolding solar system, a universe, and a portion of an existence so much more than common wisdom dictates. Intellectually, it is slowly becoming aware of forces greater than itself, beyond the cognition, and entities which have no more common awareness of it, either as a unit or as a species within the vastness which surrounds our tiny planet. And yet there are those who can hear every cry, every prayerful thought within the mind and the heart of man. They can also sense the beating of each heart as it struggles to evolve to uplift itself and others. They know that the point between the mind and the heart, that balance within our world, and they await our choice to travel the path which has chosen us. In non-judgmental, they wait. They may observe our reluctance and stubbornness to relinquish our toys of earth, our desires for power, greed, fear, and acquisition. The power of the heart is not yet strong enough or sufficient enough to balance the raging outflow of mental energy through these fragile encasements we call human bodies and brains. Mankind does not yet comprehend the law of one, as was taught in the temples of Atlantis, 'tis said. As for today's world, we do not cognize our connection with all living beings and forces that surround us, permeate us, and in which we live and move and have our being. As with the great clock of time, the balance has not yet struck. Our future awakes the attitudes of goodness, kindness, integrity, courage, gentleness, and forgiveness, found only in the heart of balance. The heart cannot open until the eyes can see. And so the human intellect journeys on toward understanding of the oneness of which we truly are. Namaste.
Дорогая Мишелина,
Dear Michelina, thank you so much for your cooperation and for your great contribution. Thank you so much for this deepness in depth and knowledge of the sources. Elena Petrovna Blavatsky made this breakthrough into understanding of human mind. It was great, and each of us has a particular mission in our heart. Thank you so much for your contribution for this great piece of research with poetry inside it, and our hearts go with you. Dear friends, we continue our work session. Turley Igor Vladimirovich, PhD in mathematics and physics. I'll tell a bit about him. Mr. Turley graduated from Lomonosov University and was a postgraduate, getting the financing from the Foundation of President. Had publications in international and national journals and publication houses. Also, PhD in biophysics, carried out research, helped students and supported international research projects in 2008, 2011, was helping the public chamber of the Russian Federation and kept communication with different socially significant persons. Still active in research in chemistry, physics, and communications. One of 24 members, founders of a foundation devoted to this research. Recent publications by Igor Turley were devoted by the apology of Madame Blavatsky, related to the era of information technologies and the theosophical sources in our era, greetings from Eurasia, Moscow, lives in Moscow, but now on the way to China. So Mr. Turley is online with his piece of research, The Crucifixion of the Human Being, What is Truth? Hello, dear participants. Happy to see you. Greetings to Madam Shaburnikova and all the participants. Give me please a second. Hope that everybody sees it.
Егор, включить микрофон, тебя не слышно. У тебя микрофон включен?
Да, сейчас.
Technical issue, sorry.
Егор, включи русский язык.
Да.
Сегодня нам о русском менталитете говорили. Ты нас подводишь. Вчера была репетиция. Объясняла. Включите русский язык. Выберите на платформе Zoom. Внизу русский язык. Выберите.
Все, включил. Я
Пожалуйста.
уже, да, включил. Меня слышно? Итак, тема распятия человека или что есть истина?
Crucifixion of man, or what is truth? In major articles supposed to set the tone and standards for the work of the organized Theosophical movement, H.P. Blavatsky somewhat departs from her immediate main life task of revealing the secret of superhuman wisdom, in which she was helped by great spiritual mentors, and manifests herself as independent mentor on the path of understanding the truth. In the article, What is Truth? She writes, selfishness, the firstborn of ignorance and the fruit of the teaching which asserts that for every newly born infant, a new soul, separate and distinct from the universal soul, is created. This selfishness is the impassable wall between the personal self and truth. A scientist is as ready to suppress damaging evidence against the current scientific hypothesis in our times. Theosophy is divine knowledge, and every sincere word is part and parcel of theosophy. One skilled in divine alchemy, even approximately blessed with the gift of perception of truth, will find it from the erroneous as much as from correct statement. Let us now see how the principles outlined by Blavatsky were applied in her life by the example of her article, The Crucifixion of Man. In dogmatic acceptance of the dramatic words uttered by Christ and the crucial hour, she tells us that they are of a later date, as she says, than generally supposed. In the in the Holy Scripture of Matthew, it stands that it's now distorted by the unscrupulous editors of the Greek text from the Evangel. These words pronounced by the Christ on the cross are sacramental words used at the final initiation in the Old Egypt as elsewhere during the mystery of the putting to death the Christos in the mortal body with its animal passions and the resurrection of the spiritual man as an enlightened Christos in the frame now purified. These words were addressed to the spiritual son within, not to a son without, and ought to read, they are not been distorted for dogmatic purposes. My God, how thou dost glorify me. She refers to Skinner's work, The Source of Measures. The Greek manuscripts, without exception, give these words as Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. These are Hebrew words rendered into Greek, and they can be written as you see in the screen. The scripture says, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? The true meaning is just the opposite to the one given, and is, my God, how thou dost glorify me. Even more, for while lama is why or how, and the verbal it connects the idea of to dazzle, or adverbially it could run how dazzlingly. This interpretation is enforced and made to answer to the fulfillment of the prophetic utterance of the first verse of the 22nd Psalm, which reads, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? The Hebrew of this verse, of these words, is Eli, Eli, lama azavtani. Although Blavatsky prefaced this editorial note with the phrase, "And did now Jesus the Christ, the divine man, an incarnation of the Spirit and type of the new phase of human evolution, cry out in the bitterness of his agony, Father, hast thou forsaken me?" And another article was published posthumously in the third volume of the Secret Doctrine. It again develops the idea of falsification suggested by the Skinner. James Skinner is the Kabbalist, and Blavatsky had a very high opinion of this so-called knowledge of this Mason. However, their correspondence began to be published only in the last 10 years. Blavatsky also noted he is too enthusiastic about the Jews altogether, sacrifices history of facts to his preconceptions in favor of Hebrew. As for Skinner's fascination with Kabbalah, the range of methods he used probably included Temura, replacing some letters of Hebrew alphabet with others in order to understand the hidden meaning, and gematria, a certain equalization of the meanings of different words having the same sum of numerical equivalents of their letters. They don't seem to explain why the verbs lesama, containing the letter sameh, in all its forms and meaning to dazzle, turns into lama. In any case, number of basic dictionaries don't show the possibility specified by Skinner. We can still begin by listing how some of the main, most ancient handwritten codices transmit the text of the New Testament in Greek transcription. It's immediately obvious that the Codex Washingtonarius contains a law which just has the meaning of exclamation particle how, so corresponding to Skinner's light in contrast to lama, why. But then we could also mention the Codex Borelliais, which has, for example, the untellable Sabakfatani that repeats ta once again for no reason, as well as other peculiar spellings. Apparently, one shouldn't be surprised by this discord. It's not an exclusive phenomenon and probably caused by copying errors. Variations of the words on the cross and Matthew are characteristics. In general, the Greek transliteration of Semitic words and names is rather inconsistent and arbitrary. In particular, for example, freely alternates Semitic K and Q. It's also worth remembering that the biblical names in modern European languages are translated sometimes through Greek medium. For example, Amorah becomes Gomorrah, Metushalah becomes Matusalah, Antalya, Gotolia, and so on. In fact, the numerous spellings of the biblical expression that Blavatsky mentioned also suggest that the transliteration is not too consistent. It's believed that the use of the Aramaic shivak rather than the Hebrew azap from King David's similar exclamation in Psalm 22:1 is just one of the strong indications that Jesus' first language was Aramaic. Also, he certainly could understand the Hebrew language of the Torah and more contemporary Mishnaic Hebrew. In many cultures, the sacramental words can also be pronounced in the everyday language, but still have the appropriate connotations. Is it true for the evangelist Mark and his readers spoken Aramaic was no longer a vernacular, but an attribute of Jesus as a miracle worker? Frankly, dictionaries give a number of possible values of shvach. The codex of a particular meaning is determined by the context of the phrase, which for almost everyone who adheres to the prevailing interpretation in science and society has become, in fact, if not most important, then quite a significant argument, which is a stumbling block in attempts to consider other interpretations. At the same time, it's often overlooked, even by researchers outside the Christian traditions, that there is no general acceptance of the historicity in what happened in the New Testament. If we further pay attention to the Greek transcriptions from the above codices, we know that Codex Bizai, as well as some Old Latin MSS, which one this says, reproach in Greek, may be regarded as slightly corrupted transliterations of Zaftani at Psalm 22:1. Returning to the main controversial word, Sabachthani, in Greek, if we read it in Greek, it can be noted that there are also interpretations also with variants of the Hebrew rather than Aramaic written of the Greek transcription, including quite unpopular interpretation with the root shvach, beginning with the samech and not shin, corresponding to the prepositional verb tangle up, as about ram tangled up in a thicket by horns in Genesis 22:13. There is also interpretation of a learned rabbi from the University of Kent, which coincides with Skinner's main idea. It also turns out that in addition to Skinner's religious research, who, like many scholars after him, did not seriously consider Aramaic as the language of recorded utterances of Jesus, there was a quiet religious source in the 19th century. Some writings in line with the newest quasi-world religion that asserts syncretism and the unity of spiritual teachings, the Bachafite, also discussed in the glorification of Jesus on the cross. It turns out in Arabic, Shabachtani is similar to Sabachthani, you glorified me, the same root in Tasbih, in form of the Dhikr prayer that involves in glorification of God in Islam by saying Sabah Allah, glory to Allah. Other ways to recognize the verb form hidden in the Greek transcription, male dixity, tunted in Latin, reproached, spared, shamed. Some Semitologists and biblical scholars who consulted me, not all of them were able to devote time to this, while recognizing the need of special research, had certain doubts about grammatical correctness of using the root shbach, corresponding to the Aramaic version of the verb to glorify, which is used in some psalms. Due to time constraints, the pros and cons found in fairly large body of research are presented only in a special extended article. It's worth remembering that sometimes there is no way of knowing whether schools' reconstruction of semantic fields and sense relations in an ancient dead language are merely a reflection of their own intuition or own native language, or whether those fields existed in Aramaic or Classical Hebrew. The phenomenon of polysemy, multiple meanings, is closely related to paranomasia in the Near East, including Hebrew or Aramaic, actively used to make speech more diverse. This technique involves using words or phrases that sound the same but have different meanings. Wordplay can be found, for example, in Old Testament and the Christ's words. In the Hebrew of Leviticus 19:18, we see the famous second half of the Great Commandment very closely related to the Golden Rule. And you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Very often, puns and alliteration are used as a means to remember things. It makes them memorable and easy to recall. If you were to render, you shall love your neighbor as yourself into early Galilean Aramaic, it would come out similarly. Neighbor is from the root mgr, where self was from grm. Quite alliterative and quite interesting oratory twist in the traditional commandment with slight reshuffling of the root. Biblical scholars often have to make such linguistic guesses with only manuscripts or fragments of them translated in Greek or Latin before their eyes. The previously mentioned Codex Bezae is an example of an unusual manuscript, written in large letters, inscribed in square shapes, and almost not extending beyond the line. In Latin, initialis can mean either an inch high or an ounce heavy. It's possible that the word play is hidden here. There is also a possible connection with ouncia, a 12th part, since in the column of some scrolls about 12 letters were placed. Thus, ancient manuscripts conceal the possibility of different interpretation, and even before Christianity became the dominant religion in the vast expanse of the Roman Empire, philosophers were perfectly reconciled to the centuries-old "Why hast thou forsaken me?" Thus, Valentinians interpreted the cry of Jesus on the cross as the abandonment of Sophia by the light, Photos, and her containment by Horos, the limit. Gnostic trace is also visible in Tertullian. The words, "Why hast thou forsaken me?" mark the separation of Jesus as man from the Christ as God. The following lessons of the teachings of the temple continue the Gnostic line. The average idea of the great sacrifices associated with Jesus is based upon wrong premises. It clings upon the surrender of the physical body, which is but one feature that sacrifice. The breaking forth of the first petal, the separation from the Father, the heartbreaking cry, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" indicates the positive aspect of the great sacrifice. And we should not lose sight of the truth that the rendering of this great sacrifice was no more requisite for the final perfecting the Jesus than it is for perfecting the ever disciple of White Lodge. As the soul hangs between the two thieves of lust and avarice, the cry, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" pierces the heavens. But still, at such an hour, many of soul pass for the divine line between the eternal life and eternal death. If they would do for the hour then, the mental and physical torture, the demons of doubt, uncertainty, disloyalty, and what is mistakenly believed, the self-preservation at any cost sweep over the soul. Still, there is a higher self, and it must break loose forever from the enveloping media of the lower principles and seek some other sphere of action, leaving the lower embodiment which has been overshadowed into the fate it has earned or worthy as a result of the power won by struggle and patient endurance of all its desolation and suffering. The highest self, this individual Christ, will clothe both the soul and its vehicle from the ineffable light of the Logos. Truly did Christ say, "You know neither the day nor the hour." He revealed another truth when asking, "Why have thou forsaken me, Lord?" This refers to the knowledge of the Spirit, for at the last moment we sink into vacuum. The leap over the abyss is made possible by the restraining the consciousness of the past. The Gospel of John, which differs significantly from the three synoptic Gospels, can clarify the interpretation of the teachings of the temple and Agni Yoga. It sort of corrects the rest of the Gospel's words. Rerich wrote, "The Gospel of John was written by Mary Magdalene, who alone was highly educated disciple among the followers of Christ. If it were not for Mary Magdalene, it's unlikely that any of the authentic words of Christ would have come down to us." Indeed, after the archaeological finds at Nag Hammadi, which were published after Rerich's death, and in the wake of the reinterpretation of Gnostic literature, for the first time the hypothesis of most thoroughly elaborated that the true author of the Gospel of John is the great initiate Mary Magdalene, who is forgotten by many years. In this Gospel, the Son's conversion to the Father is being studied, is completely absent, but there is something else. The hour has come for the Son man to be glorified. The central theme of the Gospel of John is God's glorification through the death of Christ. "Father, glorify your name." Then the voice came to the heaven, "I've glorified it and will glorify it again." Some theologists understand that the glorifying of the God by Christ was not one moment. They see that he was crowned by the eternal glory. Another Abrahamic scripture obtained in some form through another great initiate, Muhammad, doesn't mention the event on the cross, nor does it refer to the dereliction cry of Jesus, and because of their saying, "We slew the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, Allah's messenger." They slew him, not nor crucified him, but it appeared so unto them, and lo, those who disagree concerning it are in doubt thereof. Although the context of other Quranic surahs confirms the murder and resurrection of Christ, the poor wording of the An-Nisa has led many Muslims to believe that Christ was not physically crucified. This echoes in the belief that there is a real tomb of Isa in the Himalayas, Srinagar, allegedly married, having children, and died in old age. However, their testimony is that Jesus may have had a wife, and that he may have passed through Kashmir on his way to Ladakh, where his path crossed centuries later with those of Gautama. It's no wonder that they're intertwined in the legend of the tomb. It's also appropriate to recall explanations by François Ladieu receiving the teachings of the temple. Students who have some knowledge of the mystery language, the language of symbolism, can understand how absolutely necessary it is that their true transmitters shall have fairly accurate knowledge of the language. In every objective form and manifestation, and as a symbol of some spiritual aspect or some form of other state of consciousness, it's easily understood how exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, it's for one to carry out all those symbols constantly in mind. If a message or instruction is issued in the mystery language, there is no subsequent opportunity for correction or repetition. If the transmitter is conscientious, he or she will not presume not to alter a sentence or word unless perfectly sure a mistake has been made in the interpretation. When it's understood that such symbolic messages may come in color, sound, and for number and form, it will be seen the difficulties in the way of perfect translation are greatly increased. Returning to the specific biblical phrase, we again recall the peculiarity of utterances of Jesus. If we translate them into native language, they reveal extraordinary number. Alliterations, assonances, examples of paronomasia. These are the features of expression of the symbolic through speech, make possible a polyphonic meaning hidden in the Greek transcription. Sometimes this leads to introduction of meanings did not have possibility of literal implementation. The great initiate, early Christian theologian Origen, recognized the historical inaccuracy of a number of biblical episodes. However, in his exegesis, he taught us to see three semantic levels of the Bible: the bodily, the most literal, the spiritual, and between them the soul. Origen asserts that the abandonment of the Son by Father commenced when the Father caused him to take the form of a servant. This abandonment persisted through crucifixion and the insults. One has to take into account that Christ not only bore the sins in his own body on the tree, but also endured the repercussions of sin, including separations from God, which was profound desolation of him. In order to understand Origen's approach to the interpretation of the Bible and what he meant about the episode on the cross, it makes sense to keep in mind that his consideration of the book on the first principles with respect to Holy Scripture, our opinion is that the whole of it has spiritual, not the whole of a bodily meaning, because the bodily meaning in only many places proved to be impossible. Just as in different schools of Buddhist philosophy, absolute and relative truth represent duality of absolute, emptiness, shunyata, and samsara is indistinguishable from nirvana in absoluteness. For Origen, the words true and mystery are interchangeable. He believed and did many initiates before and after him that mystery is the real main reality, that it represents the truth in its own special and independent way.
И познаете истину, и истина сделает вас свободными. Ее путь неповторим, как и путь многих великих, но каждый может взять.
Madame Blavatsky, with her life full of hard work and misunderstandings for those around her about the essence, had her own understanding of the words of Christ, then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Mr. Turley, not only for scientific representation, but also for spiritual revelations. And the science is just about to go there. Of course, truth is truth, and it means eternal motion. This path depends on how each of us interprets it. We have such an opportunity to listen to this level of research, so that is definitely what defines the meaning of our Congress for Science and Culture. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Turley. And I'd like to say that your research on finding errors in translations is firstly what leads to responsibility for each of us working with the material. Having this responsibility not to make errors, I cannot avoid saying, Madam Blavatsky gave the material and said, let somebody prove the opposite now. And that's how we finish discussion of this great research piece. And and now greetings to our great partner from Barnaul, Altai, Madam Bukata Lyubov Pavlovna.
Bukata Lyubov Pavlovna, candidate of Biological Sciences, head of Altai Regional Public Research Organization, Institute of Spiritual Vision and Worldview Positions, Russia, Barnaul. The Theosophical Keys of Helena Blavatsky to the Improvement of Modern Society. I would like to thank the organizers of the Congress for the opportunity to present the experience of Altai representatives. Altai is one of the centers of spiritual development, as pointed out by Röhrig, and that of our institution, the Altai Regional Public Research Organization, Institute of Spiritual Vision and Worldviews. This organization was founded 25 years ago. Realizing the scale and severity of the problem, in my speech, I will focus on the theoretical comprehension of Blavatsky's keys to understanding theosophy, and I will also give a brief overview of our institute's activities. The purpose of my presentation is to demonstrate the profundity of the guiding action of certain theosophical keys found in Blavatsky's theory and their high relevance today as spiritual guidelines of modern society in conditions of extreme uncertainty and the search of a new harmony. Helena Blavatsky, in the preface to her book, The Key to Theosophy, explains that it is the book, gives the key to unlock the door that leads to a deeper study. And today it is quite evident that not even every year, but every hour, the problems that previously sounded as a warning are becoming more and more apparent. They are growing and affecting the human being and the whole cultural sector, changing the world spiritually and physically. In this regard, it is important for us and our contemporaries to be conscious of the higher laws of interaction between the subtle and dense worlds. I would like to quote Helena Blavatsky. Theosophy has several goals, but the most important of them are those that lead to the relief of human suffering in any form, moral as well as physical. And we believe that the first is much more important than the second. The assertion of the dominance of the spiritual world over the physical, material world to be considered to be the first key to understanding the essential features of theosophy in general, as well as the special holistic theosophical view of the world. We also find this idea in many different teachings. Humanity, I quote, already realizes that all occurrences are not accidental. The time for the construction of a culture of the spirit is at hand, wrote Nikolai Röhrig. Despite the vast spiritual heritage left by our ancestors, the attitude of the modern society to the spiritual processes that take place in our world is still in the realm of doubt. The staff of our institute is convinced that the spiritual and moral self-development of the individual, based on the works by Helena Blavatsky and Nikolai and Yelena Roerich, can lead society out of the ideological crisis. Their works, they form the basis of the Institute's spiritual, educational, and health-improving activities, provided in various forms and for different audiences. In combination with other scientific, philosophical, and spiritual writings, their works became the basis for the construction of their own method and a systemic holistic program. Culture of the people is the health of society. One of the directions of the Institute's scientific activity was the study of the connection between emotional and mental states of a person and his spiritual and energetic structures. One of the Institute's employees, Mikhail Chaban, made a significant contribution to this research. He passed away at a young age, but he managed to write a book on the influence of information fields on human health. It is a creative synthesis of fundamental laws of physics, biology, and philosophical teachings of the Roerich family. It strove to demonstrate the necessity of mastering the culture of thinking and observing moral norms for a healthy and full human life. Based on the interdisciplinary integration of scientific theories, Chaban proved that the disease is based on the damage caused to the mental sphere of being, which is commonly called the soul. He, as a scientist, physicist, explained that this kind of damage may occur due to the local laws that are formed by the large-scale structure of the universe. Most of all, Mikhail Alexandrovich was interested in the issue of the correlation of human thoughts and feelings with the outer space that surrounds him and with his health. Here is what he wrote about it himself. The search for the causes of the disease at the deepest level will enable self-healing due to the reserve forces of the body. Taking medications, a person introduces matter fields into his body, but they can also be created using quanta of consciousness excitation, which means that a person is able to produce medical substances in himself by the work of his consciousness. In essence, we are trying to explain the principle of operation of the second signal system from the point of view of quantum field physics. Quantum excitations of consciousness are determined by the moral qualities of the spirit. The possibility of synthesizing medical substances is directly related to a person's morality. Psycho-correlative fields have magnetic and moral components. The Institute staff annually organized and conducted scientific and practical conferences and seminars on the problems of the formation of the spirit and body and their mutual influence. Among them are ways of forming the inner culture of a person in the field of modern education, 2006, the problem of consciousness and its spiritual evolution, 2008, Mental Energy and Health, 2009, Thought as a Creative and Destructive Energy, Theory and Practice, 2010, Spirituality and Health, 2011, From Worldviews to Spiritual Vision, 2012, The Creative Heritage of the Rurik Family in the Aspect of Modernity, 2013, and the others. Today, it is important for a person to understand the laws of the world, while only the whole can be understood. The part does not have the fullness of meaning. The works by Blavatsky and the Rurik family open up cosmic horizons, including the physical and subtle worlds, where the understanding of the world is enriched with spiritual meanings. At the same time, the characteristics of the subtle world are distinctive and different from the traditional characteristics of our reality to such an extent that they require the involvement of additional scientific knowledge, which is what the scientific activity of our institute is aimed at. I would like to point out that one of our main aims is using our mental energy in practice in our everyday activities. Don't be late with using it. The method of spiritual self-regulation proves that our method can be used to solve health problems. This method has received its name due to the fact that it was designed for independent use by a person to work on his physical, psychological state by redirecting his consciousness to a higher spiritual level. The method of spiritual self-regulation is our spiritual and methodological creation, which we have been practicing for more than 20 years. In our articles, we take different approaches to clearly explain the method's features and its functionality to make sure that the method is correctly understood in all its aspects. A practicing person strives to connect with the higher levels of his consciousness, his spiritual core, in a self-interview, his feeling. In connection with this internal work, self-regulation processes occur on the material plane. Real positive changes in the physiological and physical health occur. It is also important to note that for spiritual development, this method makes it possible to see the causes of problems, including health problems, and ways to solve them and prevent them. In the future, it becomes possible for practitioners themselves to help themselves and their loved ones. The effectiveness of the method of spiritual self-regulation has been repeatedly presented in the scientific works of the Institute's staff. It is important to note that this method became the basis of healthcare activities of our institute. It was used by our staff to help people suffering from complex chronic diseases. Permanent and temporary groups and centers were established. For example, the Health from the Heart Center provided psychological assistance to cancer patients. The Lotus Club provided consultations with a psychiatrist for the relatives of mental patients. A group for psychological rehabilitation of alcohol and drug addicts was also organized. The Harmony Club specialized in treating thyroid diseases under the supervision of an endocrinologist. Such an approach to health improvement, based on the problems or simply the interests of a particular person, contributes to understanding and expanding human consciousness through acquaintance with ideas about the mutual influence of physical and spiritual processes in human life. This is the basis of the spiritual self-regulation method, which yields great results in the physical recovery of a person, in the victory over complex diseases, in which drug treatment does not always lead to a positive effect. Questions related to spiritual life have been discredited in scientific thoughts by adherents of materialism for many centuries. Modernity urgently demands their return to the sphere of scientific research, to cultural space, and to the field of moral and aesthetic aspirations of a person. The idea of unity and universality of the connections existing in the entire visible and invisible universe can be considered to be the second key to theosophy, and consequently to a complete, holistic spiritual understanding of the world order and the essence of man himself. Helena Blavatsky formulated this idea as follows. We affirm that the divine spark in a man, our spiritual individuality, is, in essence, one with the universal spirit, and therefore practically omniscient, but it cannot manifest its knowledge because of the limitations of matter. We also find a similar understanding of the world order in the text of the teaching of living ethics. While the whole cosmos, I quote, works for generalization, then why does mankind go against the purpose? Direct correspondences exist throughout the whole cosmos. Mankind contradicts itself and its purpose. In order to at least partially alleviate this established contradiction, the Institute's staff, in addition to the traditional treatment and prevention of diseases, have addressed the issues of the formation of a holistic worldview. Within the framework of the spiritual self-regulation method, a new giant spiritual space is invisibly formed, and it facilitates understanding. We call this state work in a flow. What is a flow? This is a difficult to express state that arises as a result of successful productive collaboration. People's energy fields unite in a single state of spirit, level of thinking and understanding, acquire a special subtlety of mutual attunement to each other and to the higher world within themselves. This is where spiritual work begins, which unfolds with each person along a completely unique individual trajectory. The work leads to an improvement in the physical health of more than 80% of participants who are seeking help with various problems. This method leads to positive results, as it has been repeatedly confirmed by psychologists, teachers, and doctors. Official conclusions on the effectiveness of our method are given by experts in the book by Balakina, Culture of the People is the Health of Society. Year after year, from class to class, seminar listeners, participants of clubs and centers consistently got acquainted with the range of modern knowledge about the world, in which a red thread ran through the common thought: a person is an important element of the world. He is deeply rooted in the structure and the system of connections and the level of spiritual culture of a person, the specifics of his spiritual and moral relations to each other, to all the elements of the world, nature, people, oneself. It has an impact on physical and spiritual health, on the quality of life and thinking. Often after classes, seminar leaders or lecturers could hear questions similar to, "Why didn't we know this before? How differently life could have turned out?" The third key of Blavatsky to comprehending the higher laws of the world was the thesis about the unity of the universe, the analog of which in science can be considered a systemic approach. In fact, we are talking here about the responsibility of a person for each of his actions in the world, since they inevitably change both the person himself and the external space around him, returning after a certain time with the same impulse back to himself.
В деятельности нашего института с самого начала была разработана
The program Culture of the People is the Health of Society was developed as part of our institute's activities at the very beginning. This program serves as the basis for all our work. It is universal and therefore can be in demand in any society. It fully corresponds to one of the main tasks that Blavatsky pointed out herself. I'm quoting, "Our duty is to keep a person in an active state of his spiritual abilities." The main result of our work is that people who have given little thought to their spiritual life or perceived it only externally based on knowledge from literature and television programs are taking a personal part in solving their problems, including the ones of the spiritual level. They are increasing the degree of responsibility for the quality of their inner culture. In conclusion, we have confirmed in practice the profundity of the guiding action of the theosophical keys of Helena Blavatsky, as well as the works of the Rurikh family, and their high relevance today as spiritual guidelines of modern society in conditions of extreme uncertainty and the search for ways to harmonize society in modern conditions. This is confirmed by the official conclusion of the Commission for the Study of the Experience of our work. The administration of the Altai territory in 1995 confirmed it. A thoughtful and scientific approach to the study of the philosophical doctrine of living ethics and the development of principles for applying its foundations in the daily life of a person and society will not only fill the currently existing spiritual, moral, and ideological vacuum, but it will also give impetus to the revival of the intellectual and cultural traditions of the inhabitants of Altai. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Madam Bukataya, you are as representative of biology and science of life forms and the environment. You've told us about your research, and we think that the psychic energy should be accepted as alive and energy that can serve the evolution of consciousness. Thank you so much. Right now, we invite the next speaker, our partner from France, Brigitte Takin, Theosophical Society of France, Blavatsky Lodge, France, Paris.
Бриджит Такин родилась в Париже, профессиональный переводчик английского, немецкого, французского языков. Член
Born in Paris, professional translator and interpreter English, French, German, and has worked for many years as organizer of Theosophical seminars, member of Theosophical Society from the 80s. In 1994, she started being the head of Blavatsky Lodge, and from then, every month she reads public lectures and translates books, as well as articles, takes part in research groups around the world, including online, Brigitte Takin, the Theosophical Society of France, Blavatsky Lodge, Psychology of Compassion.
Good evening, everybody, all members of this Congress in the honor of Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. So, the psychology of compassion. I read one day that the Dalai Lama had said, be selfish, love each other. According to Tibetan Buddhism, believing in the existence of a separate entity, a self, an ego, which has to protect itself against outward aggression, is a basis for delusion. Buddhism considered the mind as an ever-changing flow of experiences, an unending sequence of snapshots. We never bathe in the same river. The ego is an illusion in the same way. Elena Blavatsky considers that the feeling of separativity is an heresy, which is at the root of all sorts of evil. On the contrary, in our modern society, we can observe a trend aiming at developing the sense of personality, the mind, considered as a static entity located in the brain. For modern science, consciousness is generally understood as a product of cerebral activity. The notion of ego is reified. The ego is a kind of static, consistent entity. People tend to practice mindfulness meditation in order to obtain a kind of well-being, to eliminate all kinds of stress, and even to increase the efficiency, the capacities of our mind. Even in the frame of work, employers appreciate the benefits deriving from meditation at work. People can better concentrate on their jobs, their abilities increase, they become more efficient, and business improves. In the East, many cultures believe the mind is located in the heart. Sayings such as, listen to your heart, may confirm this. Our heart seems to be the place of a more compassion-oriented aspect of our consciousness, deeper than the cerebral energy located around the brain. Dzogchen tradition, for example, teaches that primordial jnana, knowing or knowledge, has three aspects: emptiness, spontaneous presence, and responsive compassion. According to Theosophy, the mind, manas, is our fifth principle, and it corresponds to the fifth element, ether, space. In our fourth round, mankind as a whole has reached the stage of what is called the fifth root race, and this since about 1 million years. We have even reached the second half of this fifth root race, its sixth subrace, as HPB states in her 5 messages, where she addresses students of Theosophy as the forerunners of the sixth subrace of the fifth race. This fifth element, ether, is described as follows already in the poem of the Secret Doctrine. Quote, for clearer understanding on the part of a general reader, it must be stated that occult science recognizes 7 cosmical elements, 4 entirely physical, and the 5th, ether, semi-material, as it will become visible in the air towards the end of our 4th round, to reign supreme over the others during the whole of the 5th round. The remaining 2 elements are as yet absolutely beyond the range of human perception. These latter will, however, appear as presentiments during the 6th and 7th races of this 4th round, and will become known in the 6th and 7th rounds, respectively. Unquote. Thus, we see that ether, the 5th element corresponding to our 5th principle, the mind, manas, is semi-material, thus semi-spiritual. Manas is bipolar. It has the faculty to consider both the material and the spiritual planes. Furthermore, the elements are depicted as unceasingly evolving. In the Secret Doctrine, we find, quote, the elements, whether simple or compound, could not have remained the same since the commencement of the evolution of our chain. Everything in the universe progresses steadily in the great cycle, while incessantly going up and down in the smaller cycles. Nature is never stationary during Manvantara, as it is ever becoming, not simply being. And mineral, vegetable, and human life are always adapting their organism to the then reigning elements. And therefore, those elements were then fitted for them as they are now for the life of present humanity. It will only be in the next or 5th round that the 5th element, ether, the gross body of Akasha, if it can be called even that, will, by becoming a familiar fact of nature to all men, as air is familiar to us now, cease to be, as at present, hypothetical and also an agent for so many things. And only during that 5th round will those higher senses, the growth and development of which Akasha subserves, be susceptible of a complete expansion. As already indicated, a partial familiarity with a characteristic of matter, permeability, which should be developed concurrently with a 6th sense, may be expected to develop at the proper period in this fourth round. But with the next element added to our resources in the next round, we will become so, permeability will become so manifest a characteristic of matter that the densest forms of this will seem to man's perceptions as obstructive to him as a thick fog, and no more, unquote. Lao Tse, Confucius, Plato are described as fifth rounders by the masters of wisdom. Buddha is evoked as sixth rounder in the Mahatma letters to AP Synod. A master said, no, we are not in the fifth round, but fifth round men have been coming in for the last few thousand years, unquote. In the Secret Doctrine, we find, quote, but it is simply this. Every round brings about a new development and even an entire change in the mental, psychic, spiritual, and physical constitution of man. All these principles evolving on an ever-ascending scale. Thence, it follows that those persons who, like Confucius or Plato, belonged psychically, mentally, and spiritually to the higher planes of evolution, where in our fourth round, as the average man will be in the fifth round, whose mankind is destined to find itself on the scale of evolution immensely higher than is our present humanity. Similarly, Gautama Buddha, wisdom incarnate, was still higher and greater than all the men we have mentioned, who are called fifth rounders, while Buddha and Sankaracharya are termed sixth rounders, allegorically. Thence again the concealed wisdom of a remark pronounced at the time evasive, that a few drops of rain do not make the monsoon, though they presage it, unquote. In another passage, we find, quote, matter has extension, color, motion, molecular motion, taste, and smell corresponding to the existing senses of man, and by the time that it fully develops, the next characteristic, let us call it for the moment permeability, this will correspond to the next sixth sense of man. Let us call it normal clairvoyance, corresponding to a sixth characteristic of matter. The sixth plane of consciousness, the plane of Buddhi, is defined as follows in the collected writings. Buddhi is the sense of being one with the universe, the impossibility to imagine oneself apart from it. Buddhi is a feeling within, absolutely inexpressible in words. This is the state of the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, who are said to emanate from the seven Dhyani Buddhas, from their abstract meditation. This sense of unity reminds us of this passage of the voice of the silence. Can you destroy divine compassion? Compassion is no attribute. It is the law of laws, eternal harmony, alias self, the shoreless, universal essence, the light of everlasting right and fitness of all things, the law of love eternal. Now, bend thy head and listen well, O Bodhisattva. Compassion speaks and says, can there be bliss when all that lives must suffer? Shalt you be saved and hear the whole world cry? Unquote. So we are exhorted to become Nirmanakayas, those beings who, having reached the stage of perfect bliss of nirvana, renounce it through compassion, through permeability to mankind's suffering, in order to remain able to lend a helping hand to lift the heavy karma of the world, as a master said once. Thank you for your attention.
Дорогая Бриджит, большое спасибо от всех нас
Thank you so
за
much, dear Bridget, for such a piece of research. Probably it was the most complicated issue, the issue of compassionate law, because there is no law for that, no law for harmony. And research of works by Madame Blavatsky, it's not in vain said that Blavatsky only knew. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so
much.
Many years. You've been in this line and you tell your students a lot about the Secret Doctrine. I know how deeply you study it. It so rarely happens. And thank you for having this fundamental work as the basis for your research. Thank you so much, dear Bridget.
Thank you. Thank you to all.
Дорогие друзья, следующий докладчик.
Dear friends, the next presenter is Vladimir Vasilyevich Yary, a psychologist, head of Theosophical School of Moscow, Russia. Built in Krasnoyarsky region, Borodino served in the armed forces of the Russian army, graduated from the Siberian Institute of Business Management and Psychology. In Krasnoyarsk, worked as the head of the Center for Civic Education, created schools of theosophy in Krasnoyarsk, Krai, Gorny Altai, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kirov, Yekaterinburg, Saratov, Ufa, Voronezh, Biysk, Moldova, Belarus. Project manager, inter-regional Theosophical Seminars of Russia, International Research Seminars, Secret Doctrine. Vladimir Vasilyevich Yary, with his research, The Age of Fire is the Discipline of Mind. Of course, the doctrine of fire is written by Madame Blavatsky. That is the great teaching and the great book. And it's saying that the least understandable, the most complicated thing is the nature of our mind. Fire, in its essence, is mind, because the moving power applicable to fire is applicable through its reflection. And it's also true for the mind, because that is exactly the essence of mind, fire. Of course, fire can make us do something, that is fire, as the revelation of life, as incarnation and former of life, in its power and purity. To reflect fire means the most powerful desire, love. Kamadeva is the greatest god. In Hinduism, it exists as Kama. Before it was presented in this essence of power that makes us do something, that allows our consciousness to proceed the evolution. That means the fiery power, and the teaching given by the Mahatmas of humanity was the Secret Doctrine by Madame Blavatsky, and the third volume of the Secret Doctrine. At the finishing stage, it was Agni Yoga by Rerich family. Of course, they were telling us to pay attention to psychic energy. They were telling what the fire means, what is there, meaning the essence of life, and they gave us this law of karma and the law of reincarnation. Before, the speakers were saying that we should create a kind of a program so that the whole humanity is moved towards the moral perfection. The only thing to be used in this promotion is the two laws. They give us this disciplined approach to life. If we understand that we don't die, why don't we? It's because the evolutionary way of mind goes into immensity, into eternity without limits. If we come to this earth, as here only can we get transmutation and transformation for our mind and for our understanding, then there is the appropriate approach to life. And it's quite easy to understand these two laws. As you know, the fiery era is already here. We're here in fire. It's all good, you see. But it's too bad that we're not conscious of our own fire or our psychic energy. It's something not related to us. We don't relate to it. We understand that it is a good name, that there was the fiery energy that allowed in certain cases. St. Lucia evolutionate and not die. She got this protection that kept her alive. Why was she supposed to go to burn, to leave this world? She was supposed to go to the astral plane, and that was the great deed from her side. It was a fight with Lucifer in order not to be attached. Magnetic links existed with Lucifer, and Madame Yary had to burn down her lower astral plane Nobody ever did something like that. That it was the unique experience of fiery transformation still on Earth with the conductors of our material bodies. They were so transformed, the very elements of this karma of human desires were transformed and became the high pure fire, what is crystal clear. That was the fire having a particular quality in it. This quality was acquired quite easily. Every ray or logos is reflected in this space full of this feature of fire of life, and the fire itself, that is triple-sided, it is actually where the fire begins, then the fire goes to light, and that means that there are the three features and the initial purity. When it reflects, then all the qualities and features of what the fire reflects go to this fire every time, as Madame Blavatsky describes from the 1st to 7th stanza of Zion, of the first volume. She describes movement as emanation. Emanation is a reflection of this fire, and the fire with its features becomes constructor, Cosmocratus. Actually, this fire is the sovereign of the universe, and the fire is the core. The core is in the sun. This core is the sovereign, Shambhu. His fire, his rays, his emanations are fire in their nature. That is why we are calling everybody to be in spirit, because the spirit is the carrier of this potentiality of the fire in nature that reflect Oyeho, or the cosmic man. As we've come to this understanding that the cosmic being is there, the cosmic human being, there is macrocosmos and microcosmos, and microcosmos is macrocosmos. If we correlate this feature with ourselves, that is true for all of us. It means that we have all the opportunities to go to the brotherhood full of light and to make it true here on earth. Hierarchy is not far away. Hierarchy is in the fire, and the fire is within us. 749 fires.
Значит, все возможности для нас есть.
It means that we have all the opportunities in the era of fire. The era of fire is symbolized by the era of Aquarius. As you know, all the old teachings, ancient teachings were saying, and were prophets of this time. This time is now. All of us, in a particular degree, to which we've come down because of what we've accumulated, the karma, what we've accumulated. That is the result of, as a result, we see how our mind reflects the reality. The way we reflected these particular worldview we have. Either it expands or crystallizes, and we choose what we do, our will chooses. If we have defined that the fire is love, as there is everything as the first essence, it is the revelation of the greatest sense of compassion. That is the first feeling that gives us Kamadeva, the king of nature, world, caused
вот этим ой-охо
to existence by this Oyahu. In its essence, it brings this fiery nature of the purest mind. We should keep in mind that if fire goes through everything, it is the creator, it is the carrier of truth itself, it is the revelator of this truth. It's everything. And we can revelate this deity only in ourselves. Only human being can do it, nobody else. The Lord of our Sun system is human being Buddha, the human being Jesus Christ is the human being. If we call them the 5th or the 6th grade of school, 7th grade, no matter, it's the one who's passed through the wave of evolution of humanity is the human being. Human being slash God, and the one who is in spirit. And this human being revelates the deity on earth as the creator. And I'd like to say that the law of differentiation initially meant the causeless cause of everything. That is the law of relativity. To put away the law of relativity is equal to as if we took the particle that we needed the most in this great macrocosm, that it lacked one small particle, and then there is the black hole and a kind of illusion we go into. That is why we have to synthesize, know how to do it, how to synthesize. Knowing that is as a feature of fire. There's so few fiery minds. It's a rare feature to synthesize. When it happens, it only happens when the human being is fallen to the bottom and finds it horrible what he or she has done, to the degree that is ready to escape. But where to go and why? At the crossroads, he met somebody, maybe a dog, a mosquito, something alive, and out of nowhere there is a kind of this very fire, this very light, the third aspect of fire, the light, the bulb lights up and the values are reevaluated. Somebody comes, there is information coming, so there is fire inside and euphoria. And everything is radiant inside, and this person doesn't understand what to do. That is why, at this point, with this light inside, He should love this light. Of course, he's full of joy. It's done something somehow logically like that. Okay, I'll decide that and do this till the end of my life. But when the light comes up, the absolute truth is what we are attached to, what we love, what is altruistic, with no selfishness, with no egoism. It's pure. And this light, love to the carrier of this light is natural, love to the teacher, then it's possible to get united with the higher powers in spirit. The space fire touches upon this enlightened thought in the human being. It doesn't get it in full because it's sparkled in spirit, not in the rational mind. We should come up to the rational mind. It takes time, but slowly, slowly, as the plant grows, the similar way the human being has reflected the whole nature in the sparkle of spirit, the initial sparkle of fire, and then it starts transforming our brain, and there are new twists in our brain growing as antennas. They can perceive the space fire and the new ideas. As this touching happens, meaning the space fire with our thought, then the psychic energy comes up. How does it come up? Only through a thinking person. He is given the thought, and the space fire has touched upon it to revelate qualities through this thought, and the quality of fire is revealed by the thought. So we are responsible for our thoughts. Thoughts are accumulated experience of our habits. Where we go, if we go to the light, to the common joy, if we are in love with the carrier of this truth, then, in this case, we start following the teaching in full. Only then start with doing this, when we've understood the meaning of fire, the way our mind reflects reality, and we're trying to purify our mind. These are the stages. It should be conscious. We should be conscious of that. But to understand this, we should firstly perform. What do we perform? The decrees, the teachings. We are following them, but we don't understand. We do understand, but don't yet. But when we start to implement them, then we are in this process, conscious. And that is the only way to transmutate our centers with this higher fire that finds its foundation on the free will, firstly. This free will should be disciplined, and then the responsibility is there. The responsibility is the result of consciousness, conscious attitude. We become responsible. And the responsible person understands what solemnity is. He is solemn himself. His heart is full with fire of this dragon of wisdom. Today, I would like to say one thing. We are, all of us, each of you, is in the light, in the world of fire. In the teaching of Madame Rarich, the fiery world is mentioned. It's present in each of you. the world of ideas is present in you, the hierarchy of light is also there. You only lack your will to revelate it, to revelate this great essence. Here is the wheel of the great law in fire. It was launched, this wheel was launched by H.P. Blavatsky. Then it was supported by the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh humanity mentioned in Cosmogenesis, and the Rerich family launched it as the enlightened ones. Next it moved to Kemerova, Mr. Bakanov. Let's keep memory of him fresh. Established the Theosophical Society of Russia and created so many schools. I was his student, of course, and glad to know that I'm still his student, because we do communicate. So Mr. Bakanov launched as non-enlightened one for all the people, but as the enlightened one for the ones who know this will of the great law, of good law, and it keeps it's still in motion since 1989. 1989 is the year of the Yellow Dragon. It's when this fiery wheel was launched. Sorry, it's 1988, and the whole immensity is present here. The two eights. I'm just bringing you to the point that the new year is coming, and it's already here for 1 week. It has come, and it has changed the year of the black hare to the year of the blue dragon. The blue dragon symbolizes the wise thought. Wisdom, the very Nidana, symbolizes it. And the dragon is in the golden section of the good law wheel. This wheel of good law includes such principles as Adam Kadmon, the yellow bull, or the Christ, Jesus Christ, Buddha. It means the mind, consciousness, because the human being is mind, universe is mind, microcosm is mind, therefore microcosm is microcosm, and microcosm is macrocosm. Here is the great law that allows humanity to evolutionate, and the one who knows the law as the teacher is pushing us to it. As you know the laws, you know the being, you know this yourself, because mind evolutions according to these laws. The dragon is countered by the dog, Nidana of stiffness. Okay, of course, it should be related to the dragon, because stiffness is in wisdom. But if it's in wisdom, then the person should develop the independent creativity. Only then will he become ready for perfection. What is the activity of perfection? That is the ability to think independently. independent thinking means there are qualities to follow the law, the decree, not the anarchy, not the thing that I'm doing what I want to. You see what's happening in the planet right now. That's what we've done. Thanks God, right now, step by step, we start harmonizing it, at least here, in the center of Moscow, in the heart of Earth. Right now, we're in the center of Earth, the 24th, the date, means there is the Lord, the fiery dragon. We've come into the year of the dragon. The wheel of the yellow dragon is launched, and the Lord is born today. Let's hail him with the beating of our heart, with the fire of our spirit. What is a great deed we are doing here. The peace in the whole world is done like that by our high feeling of compassion. And there should be an image like that in your mind, how compassion works. It enlightens and lights you up and makes you deliberate at the same time. That is the essence of fire. Congratulations, one more dragon. We're in the era, the century of the white dragon. It's present here. The combination of Nidanas include him as well as the dog, the goat, and the bull. It all works the way the dragon works. Today's day is the white dog. Can you imagine? So the wheel of the good law is working, and all the dragons have all the elements. It means that the one element that remains unchangeable is the fiery element, and this fiery element has the ether, the air, the earth, the yellow one, the fire itself as the core on it. Each of you, could you imagine, is in the cross of wisdom today. With this fire, we are all caused by this fire. We are all here on this fiery path. Welcome. I'd also like to say a few words to make a kind of prevention for you, for us, for all of us.
Нам в учении дается предупреждение, да?
In the teaching, there is a prevention for us. As soon as the disciple chooses the path of light and has a serious attitude, then all good and bad karmic accumulations go to him as a flow. We all know, as soon as we have a serious approach, then the problems come up. How difficult it was to come here. Do you know? Like it was samsara, will, it was making us pure. As soon as we've come, we've become fresh born, you see, as if we were under shower. In Russia, it's complicated anyway, because we have a particular status right now. And our status is to unite. Even in war, we unite. That's great. That's great compassion in our country, presented by the president. What our president says, you can think that you're all presented there as elements, and if you doubt, then it's bad. You should stay with him, whatever he does. Then, if we fully trust him, then he will be corrected by our beliefs. Mr. Putin is the black dragon. Why do I mention him? Because the wheel is working. Dragon is wisdom, the initial wisdom. It comes with the light of heart. That is why he's saying everything there is for the family, for the military personnel. Nidana has the psychological aspect of wife, of married woman. That is the state of soul, as he is the head of Russia right now. Thanks God. Let the world be prosperous. Thank you.
Владимир Васильевич, большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. Vladimir Vasilyevich, thank you for your revelation and the directions you have pointed out. They will undoubtedly give an impetus to a deeper and a more profound study of the works by Blavatsky and the Röhrig family. Practical application is possible only according to the systemic study of the works, which leads to one and only one thing: work on oneself. This is the main task for the sake of which the gurus gave this knowledge to the world. And thank you very much that you are giving this impetus, which reveals the essence of the direction in the sequence of the changing world, and accordingly, the human consciousness. Dear friends, an important, solemn moment has come for the announcement of the results of the international art competition dedicated to Helena Blavatsky. Artworks were presented from 21 cities of the Russian Federation and 9 foreign countries, including state municipal institutions, children's art schools, colleges, universities of arts. Among the participants are members of the Union of Artists of the Russian Federation, laureates of international competitions, nominees of various international and all-Russian awards. The foreign participants came from Israel, Armenia, America, Belarus, Kenya, Sweden. Among the cities of the Russian Federation are Aleisk, Bali, Moscow, Pervomaisky, Yekaterinburg, Stavropol, Balashika, Sergiev Posad, Izhevsk, Komunar, Alapayev, Safonovo, Kirov, Udomlya, Bolshoy-Log, Volgograd, Khanty-Mansiysk, Ufa, Khimki, Orel, Noginsk, Satka, Nizhny Sartens, Pushkin, St. Petersburg. We would like to congratulate you all. Dear friends, we would like to congratulate the participants of the art exhibition dedicated to Helena Blavatsky. I would like to present the diploma to Seblikova Marina, Khimki. Thank you so much for participating in our competition, for coming here. That's not all for now. We wish you the best, the strongest will and the creative energy to continue working so that it touches upon the consciousness of each artist. And we know that each person is an artist or becomes an artist one day. And we're glad to see that Russia is experiencing significant changes, and 3 competitions were held with international broadcasting, hundreds of participants, musical international competition dedicated to Blavatsky, poetical competition dedicated to Blavatsky. We even typed and published poetical volumes and the arts books as well. Today you can buy these works at our shop. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. So I just don't know what to say. I heard a lot today, but it takes time to process this information, and I cannot say it right now. But thank you so much. Thank you for organizing it. Thank you for having me here. And thank you so much. The law of Theosophy means that there is no final. When one cycle ends, another cycle appears, and it's a new beginning. We wish you great success. Dear friends, as it turned out this year, the opinions of the jury and the participants of the expert council were divided, because all of the works that we received, they were excellent and worthy to be called the best. And that is why special nominee diplomas were awarded to the people who presented their wonderful pictures. You can now see the paintings of our nominees on the screen. So special diplomas for the creation of an artistic image are awarded to Inyutina Marina, Moscow, Platonova Yekaterina, Ijevsk,
Tanin Vitaly Orel, Mohamed Maria,
Tanin Vitaly Orel, Mohamed Maria, Syria, Pratikh Bashakh, Kenya. You can see now their pictures on the screen. Dear friends, the children category, they also received their diplomas. You will see them later on the screen. I'm happy to have seen your pictures, and I will tell you honestly that the jury, they got divided and they couldn't choose between the 3 of you. Your paintings are wonderful. When you're looking at your paintings, you just want to fly with the spirit that is awakening in your body. You can also find these pictures at our exhibition. Marina Inutina, your picture is so wonderful. And I would say that the Akasha sound is working here, because whatever a person is doing, when the artistic potential is revealed in a person, his paintings, they start sounding, the pictures, the words start sounding. Your picture is music, and I wouldn't like it to stop. Thank you so much for participating in this competition. Dear friends, the special diploma for the creation of the artistic image between the children, they go to Milena Budrina, Azalia Gafurova, Nurzila Gimadeva, Valeria Yashkova, Karina Ivanova, Alsu Sagirova, Dilia Husseinova, Maria Chiglintseva, Voznikova Polina from Danilo. Your picture is also wonderful. We thank all the children for sending us their pictures, for creating their artistic image. We thank the school's management and their teachers for raising these children and revealing their creative potential. This is the Municipal Autonomous Institution of Supplementary Education Children's Art School number 6, Dada in Nabережные Chelny.
Победители конкурса
The winners of the competition within the framework of our Congress dedicated to Blavatsky are announced in the age categories of adults and children. Among adults, the victory goes to a young artist from Noginsk, a teacher of fine arts, Olga Ulyanova. Who presented the painting, The Veil of the World Mother.
Оля, вся любовь этого зала.
Olga, the love of all the people being here, it goes to you. Your wonderful picture. It is certainly unique. The Veil of the Mother. It represents the concepts of Helena Blavatsky's works. This picture is also, it sounds, and I remember that in '89, a young artist, and I'm sure that the creative work of Rurik family is very important to her, and we couldn't help awarding this prize to this young lady. We are presenting you with a collection of the Secret Doctrine books. Could you please say a few words about your impressions, how you were painting this picture, and how you got to such an amazing result, so that the International Congress awards you with a prize? For a few years since the second Congress, I sent my works, and the seventh time I got your recognition. Thank you. The Rurik family say that in their works that Russia has a major mission to save the whole world, and this idea was reflected in my picture. So I forgot what I wanted to say, but thank you so much. Thank you for organizing this event. And I was ready to burst into tears each time I heard the presentations. We are experiencing major events, and it is very touching. Thank you so much, and thank you. We wish you all the best. Through her paintings, Olga discovers herself. She says, "My daily creative thought is to let truth, beauty, and knowledge reign in the world. May the world be well." Dear friends, among the children's works, the victory was won by the artist from India, Akhil Rahman. You know, each member of the commission pointed out different paintings sent by this young artist, but by a majority vote, the victory was awarded to the picture Om. This young artist is only 10 years old. If you remember, this person won this award 2 years ago. He was little, he couldn't speak really well, he was shy, he was 7, and we couldn't help giving the victory to him as well. He also takes part in karate competitions. He won the NASA prize, National Aeronautic and Space Administration. His painting was published in the NASA Art Calendar for 2023. His creative work was also recognized at an art competition in the United Kingdom. He gave an interview at a video conference held in London. His poems were published in India in the collection of creative art of young artists. He is now composing a lot in his native language, and one day, I believe, a book of his poems will be published. Ahil Rahman is now with us online. We congratulate you on this victory. You won second time, and thus you demonstrate your development, both as an artist and as a person. The floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to everyone. I'm very much happy for this. I got selected. This is the second time once I got in 2021, and now I got in 2023. I'm very glad for being selected over here. I send best wishes from my side for the Theosophical Society of Russia. Thank you very much for selecting me, and I hope this society would get success. Thank you.
Большое спасибо за ваши слова.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your words, Ahil. We would like to present you with a diploma. It will be sent to India. And we would like to present you with a set of albums of all art exhibitions. These are especially for you, album 2023, which is already published with your paintings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Посмотри, уже издан альбом 2023.
It is an album 2023, which is already published with your paintings, and your name is already known all over the world, and your beautiful paintings are admired by many people from different countries. It will be sent to India. We congratulate you, and we congratulate your parents.
Thank you.
We are applauding to you.
Okay.
Ахилл, до встречи. Мы не прощаемся.
Ahil, see you later. We are not saying goodbye. Dear friends, today, for you and for the winners of this competition, musical congratulations for you.
Прошу, выйдите сюда. Сейчас я вас объявлю. Одну секундочку.
Would you please come here?
Сейчас будет звучать музыка Тельмана, правильно? Сюита номер 2.
All winners and participants of this competition are congratulated by the Russian State Specialized Academy of Arts. Georg Philipp Telemann, Sonata for Flute and Violin number 2, third and fourth part. Telemann, Sonata for Flute number 2.
Российская государственная специализированная академия искусств. Григорьева Елена или Мешкина Ирина?
Grigorьeva Yelena, Lemeshkina Irina, thank you so much. Thank you for performing Sonata for Flute and Violin No. 2 by Telemann.
Дорогие друзья, завершаем
Dear friends, this is the end of the first day of our Congress. Tomorrow, we have a magnificent program. You will be introduced to scientific research, unique materials from the reports of our speakers who come from India, France, Korea, Russia. Tomorrow, there will be a meeting with Martynov, the author and director of the film Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. And the fifth, final part of his film will be screened for the first time. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for your support, for writing your comments online, for the reviews, for your opinions. Thank you for being with us all day. We thank each of you for radiating this energy of purity and fire, of harmony and beauty. Tomorrow, in the afternoon, there will be a unique event, the scientific discussion. This will be the first ever experience of studying and discussing the Dhyan stances as a scientific work. Stanza 1, Sloka 6, from the first volume of the Secret Doctrine by Blavatsky. Don't miss this moment. Classical music will also be available for you tomorrow. Thank you for coming and see you tomorrow.
Вы можете не торопиться, можете, конечно, пообщаться друг с другом, а я немножко пройду. Мне нужна камера прямого эфира, Гельбинг сюда, у нас интервью. Ну, не в смысле эта камера, твоя камера, Артур. Огромное спасибо волонтерскому сопровождению, которые сегодня работали с нами. Огромное спасибо технической поддержке. Огромное спасибо.
We thank the volunteers working with us. We thank the technical support and all of the people who made their contribution to our work.